yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
As children, we learn the true meaning of being a hero. Being a hero requires great sacrifice for others, not just ourselves. We learn about the heroes of Jamaica's past and how much of themselves and their lives they had to give in building a nation we should be proud to call home. They believed in a Jamaica that was more than just a country, more than just an island, more than land surrounded by water. They believed in a dream of a free nation of people, a nation built on the foundation of their sacrifices, a nation of many people working as one, a nation that would continue to produce legends and nation builders that serve towards that vision. As children, we were also taught the national pledge, a solemn promise, an undertaking. I would like to believe Sir Hugh Sherlock, while writing this pledge, understood the vision and dreams of our heroes. It's clear being a hero is too much to ever ask any one citizen. Luckily, the pledge does not require heroics of any of us. It merely asks that we honor our heroes by striving to advance our nation and ultimately inspire the world, like they and many Jamaicans have done. It's important we remember those words. These words. Before God and all mankind, I pledge love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. If you are like me, a Jamaican born and raised on this land, maybe you will remember saying those words, singing that song in a classroom or some general assembly. If so, like me, you made a pledge. Somehow it seems like many of us have forgotten that. The crime and violence, the indiscipline and short-sightedness, the corruption, the lack of respect for our beautiful lands we are blessed with, and the waters that surround and nurtures us. We have to do better. Let us honor our heroes so that they would not have sacrificed so much in vain. I hope this video can make a difference to even one soul. If so, it would all be worth it. If you feel the way I do, share it. May my voice become yours. Thanks for watching.
For the people every day, defending your rights. I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk your life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day, defending your rights. I saw you stay. They from himself up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say they bring out the Christ through him. That's why all the people they respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in the army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. How long them a know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a go take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them off the handle, but of the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause them a them now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one who crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. They promise to put all eyes on him. I defend the people that set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in the army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. We will fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk your life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. From him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up the nanotize on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say they bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. How long them gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them gonna take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Take them off the handle, but of the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause when them a do now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one who crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. Step from him, step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. The man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day.
Family. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan at Rattigan University. Sorry for the delay. We had some technical difficulties, but not to worry. Kevin is backstage working his magic, and pretty soon everything will be resolved. It's just kind of weird that everything works until just before you start the broadcast. Then you start to have problems. Anyway, not to worry. The provost, yours truly, and the adjunct professor, DJ Kevin Stew, we're here to explain the syllabus to your understanding and satisfaction. And we continue to pray for our brothers and sisters and their families who are suffering in Melissa's aftermath. I should say, who are continuing to suffer in Melissa's aftermath. And that's a crying shame. We'll get to that later on. In the meantime, let me just quickly jump to... Okay, here we go. All right, shaping civic minds for a better tomorrow. That's what we do around here. It's all about educating and informing our people so that they can make informed decisions. That's me. Turn a blind eye and you lose sight in the other eye. So it's zero tolerance. Syllabus, politics and ODPEM, actually. We're going to show that despite what the Prime Minister said about streamlining and efficiency, we're going to show you that politics has permeated ODPEM for quite some time. And we're very concerned that it's now within the Prime Minister's portfolio, particularly since the aid coming to Jamaica is funneled through that office. So as far as independence is concerned, you can kiss that goodbye. more to come. OJLDF collaborates to provide relief assistance. We'll talk about that later on in the program. We have Mr. Patrick Beckford. He will join us to talk about our efforts to fill up that 40-foot container. Maybe we'll have 2 containers. Who knows? Lessons to be learned from Holness's candidacy in the 1997 and 2025 elections. People, you cannot miss it. We have, as a special, no, I learned this term in South Africa, VVIP, because I thought it was only VIP, very important person, right? Then I found out that in South Africa, VVIP, very, very important persons. And we have such a person with us tonight, Mr. Andy Mashaile. He wears a number of hats, former Interpol ambassador, political analyst, strategist, you name it, Andy is it. So he's here and he's going to compare and contrast some things in South Africa with some things in Jamaica. And by the way, people, don't think that Andy doesn't know what's going on in Jamaica. In fact, I've learned quite a few things from him concerning Jamaica, not to mention South Africa, of course. And then we have 2 government contracts that will cause you to monitor relief assistance. That will cause you, see, it's all about the education process. We're going to educate you so that you can become an activist and start asking questions about where is the money going? Where has the money gone? And we're going to show you 2, we hope to show you 2 contracts. 2 contracts. And they have to do with Minister Tufton and his friend. And we'll show you a picture of, I believe, he and his friend from last night's conference that he had. But we're going to go into it, and we're going to go into it very, very deep. So those are the things we want to talk about today. We also have some additional things, but that's it. Of course, I'm here with Kevin, the adjunct professor. And here are the guest lecturers. We have Mr. Andy Mashaile, we have JAMAICA, and we have Patrick Beckford, who will join us later. Kevin is still working backstage, so this is usually his piece, engagement norms, be an active listener, be open-minded. In fact, we ask for opposition. We ask for people to test our knowledge, test our theories, test our ideas, but do so in a civil manner. And if you're going to come in the chat and you're going to say, oh, you know, you guys are full of it and blah, 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 and you're wasting my time, then think about it. Maybe you're wasting your time, because if you don't find this program to be informative, to be educational, if you don't find that it warrants spending some time with us, then you don't have to stay. Just quietly leave. You don't have to start a fuss, start a fight, because if you do, then we're going to have to take appropriate action, which we don't want to do. We don't want to spend time doing that. We want to spend time on the subject matters at hand. We want to stay focused, right? So use the time effectively, be present, come in to contribute from a constructive standpoint. Going back to an earlier point, celebrate others' contributions. And last, certainly not least, we want you to enjoy the experience. We want you to enjoy the interaction. We want you to enjoy the information. We want you to walk away saying, you know what? That was time well spent. So again, people, please observe the engagement norms. Now, here is one I think Andy would find very, very interesting. Out of hatred for the cockroach, the ants voted for the insecticide. They all died, including the housefly that didn't even vote. So be careful, people. Be very careful what you ask for, because, and in fact, be very careful what you ask and wish for other people. It just might happen to you. Big up yourself, producer Joan. And I like this one. That she showed me this one this morning, and I found it, a hunter who returns home with a goat is a thief. Andy, what do you think about that one? A hunter who returns home with a goat, because you're supposed to, with a live goat, actually. A hunter, you're a thief, because a hunter, you're going to come back with a dead animal, right? But if you come, I like this. And, The truth may be bitter, but it lasts longer than a lie. Think about that, people. Think about that. Think about that. I want to see if you put up mine. All right, here's one. It's funny, people, that producer Jones said, hey, I'm going to put up a Bob Marley. And then we heard through Professor Kevin Steele that a dear friend of his reached out to him and said, how come you guys haven't put anything up by Bob Marley? Well, great minds think alike. And so producer Joan actually came up with the idea, and then we heard about Kevin's friend today. So here it is. When the rain falls, it doesn't fall on one man's housetop. So, and this should be, Jamaicans are, people are familiar with this line from that song, but particularly Jamaicans should be very familiar with it. And you see what happened with Melissa? Melissa taught us this lesson. Melissa went across the western part of the island, and Melissa didn't care whether you voted JLP or PNP. Melissa ripped communities apart physically and now mentally, as well as mentally, and indiscriminately, didn't care. And I hope that the relief effort is going to be the same, where it doesn't matter who you voted for, your affiliation, doesn't matter. As long as you're in need, you receive help. So big up yourself, Bob Marley. Big up yourself, producer Joan. Big up yourself, Kevin Friend. He who rides a horse of greed will arrive at the destination of shame. And we shall see what will happen to some of our politicians, because they're certainly riding the horse of greed. And you know what? Some of them, they don't care about being, shamed. Them just shameless. Shameless. Partly because greed overrides their conscience. And all they can see, they don't see people suffering. They see money going into their pockets. That's what they see. But again, there we have it. Quickly, let me just, before I bring on Andy and JAMAICA as well, let me just say that, of course, the disclaimer, the opinions that you hear today, they belong to the individual presenters only and are neither endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the host. Relax with the Rebel tonight. Last week we were supposed to play some funky music, some disco music, and that didn't materialize because we had a technical difficulty. I was told that it has been resolved. We shall see. Instead, last week we played rock, pop, and country, and the selection was well received. Again, our technical issue, God willing, has been resolved, and tonight we're going to have some big fun with American dance music from the 70s and 80s. So join us tonight at 10 p.m. on Reggae Global Radio TV. Ease Like Sunday with the Rebel, that program, the Sunday program. Again, stay tuned. We're still working on some things. Once we have commitments, then we'll let you know. Come Reason with Rattigan, that's our Wednesday program. Yes, it was another impactful program that seeks to, or that conveyed significant information and also engaged with the public. Thanks to our supporters, the callers, and of course, big up to the one, the only. Oh my God. OT, big up yourself. Thanks to all of you for your support, financial, moral, and otherwise. And again, prayers for all those affected by Melissa directly and indirectly. Prayers up for Papa Trevor, Ma Jean, Bonnie Jump, big up yourself, my brother, Jonah Marie, Mrs. Nelson, Bobby D'Souza, Mr. Baxter, I hold your call you later. Sassy Diva, Raleigh, Anita from Connecticut, big up yourself. Lakaleka from Jamaica, and Roland from the UK. And of course, big up the production crew. The production crew is under the weather, but she's viewing the program, keeping track of everything that's going on. And last, and certainly very VVIP Andy, producer Joan. So folks, that's the opening monologue. No, here's what we're gonna do. We're running a bit behind time, but we're gonna make up the time. We have JAMAICA with us. He's gonna go first. He wants to talk about the relief efforts and he wants to talk about his observations. As you know, he's from that part of the country that was affected by Melissa. He's from Falmouth, so he'll talk to us a bit about that. And then we have Mr. Andy Mashail. In fact, I'm going to bring on Andy now so he can join us. I don't want to keep him in the back because I don't want him to be stale, you know. I want him to be fresh and as far as everything is concerned. So I want him to join us. Right. In fact, you know what, Andy? There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Andy Mashail joining us from South Africa, where our Prime Minister presently is. And I'm getting reports about our Prime Minister. Andy, you know, Francis, our dear friend, formerly from Crime
Yes, yes.
Yeah, from Umswize, what is it? Umkonto Wasizwe.
Yes.
He's giving me some reports on the G20 and
Yes.
the activities and what our Prime Minister is doing. And you also have some information about our Prime Minister, about efforts to reach him and so on and so forth, which we'll let you explain that later on. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring on, here's JAMAICA. JAMAICA, welcome, my nephew. Hope all is well. All right. You're muted, JAMAICA. But here's what we're going to do, folks. JAMAICA is going to do his presentation. And then I'm going to jump into a subject that we left on the cliffhanger last week, and that is the Prime Minister's election activities. As you know, he first ran, or I think he entered representational politics back in 1997, his first election. And we're going to look at that election. We're also going to look at the 2025 election, and you're going to see some similarities. But what we're going to do is we're not going to do both elections at the same time. We're going to do the 1997. And people, hang on to your seats. Grab your seat belt because you're going to see some things that you're going to blow your mind. Then Andy's going to come in and weave the whole thing. Meaning weave that election, compare it to what's going on in South Africa with the Madlanga Commission. And one of the things we can say about South Africa is that they're quick to act. As soon as there is an allegation of corruption, and I mean a credible allegation of corruption, they have a committee. It's not like Jamaica, where corruption, you scream from now until thy kingdom come, and nothing happens. In South Africa, if you remember, we played a clip from General Makunazi from KwaZulu Natal. He was the one who came out with a press conference on a Sunday, and this was back in July. And they have a commission going on right now. And I mean, it's sometimes it's painful to watch. And we're going to show you pictures, and it's painful to watch for Andy and myself. You know why? We know these people on a personal level. We know these people on a professional level. We know these people. We know them very well. And for me, it's painful to watch some of them, whom I consider brothers, watch them go through the torturous questioning, but something that had to be done, something that must be done. So Andy's going to weave what's going on in Jamaica with the Prime Minister's election thing, what we're talking about, the 1997, and he's going to talk about that. He's also going to talk about the Prime Minister's presence in South Africa, what's going on, and he's also going to talk about a program that he's involved with that's coming on tomorrow, and it's going to broadcast while the Prime Minister, we believe, while the Prime Minister is still in South Africa. It's going to be embarrassing, folks, but it's going to be truthful. There we have it. So without further ado, let me welcome JAMAICA. JAMAICA, the floor is yours, sir. Please talk to us. What's going on in your neck of the woods? And give us, people are wondering, why JAMAICA there? Tell us why you're here, my brother.
Hey, good evening, Uncle, and good evening to you, Mr. Mashahili. Kevin, I know that you're behind the scenes working as always. Family members, I greet you well, and I say that I greet you with a heavy heart and a concerned mind, very much concerned mind in Jamaica right now. And I would like to start by saying that I remember words of St. Augustine. He says that hope has two beautiful daughters, anger and courage. We must be angry at the way things are and courageous enough to ensure that it doesn't remain as such. And that is imperative that we understand this, that change only come when you stand up and take it and not ask for it. And that is very much important. All right, I want to say again, with what is happening in Jamaica, it is very heartbreaking. I managed down at Westmoreland for a bit. I'm not going to talk about Trelawney too quick, but I'm talking about Westmoreland at this point in time. And I remember speaking to the residents of Westmoreland. They said that it is weed, marijuana, and farming was able for them to make their house. That was the reason that they can make their houses. So when you see what is happening down there, my God, it's because they're not being empowered economically so that they can actually provide for themselves and their family well. But I want to look at how our government has been treating the situation. And we look at the situation and we look at reactiveness and proactiveness. And which one do you believe that the Prime Minister has been, reactive or proactive? When you look, there was no plan prior to the hurricane, and that is extremely bad. There was no plan prior to the hurricane, and I blame the government, and the government includes the People's National Party. I'm saying we had a period of campaign where they taught the people how to vote, but never taught the people about safety and precautions, and also identify shelters. We are not talking about roofing. Shelters are different from roofing, because what they have been showing as shelter is disrespectful. There's no bedding, there is no medical supply, there's no food for the people, there's flies all around. I'm telling you, when you look at the response to our people, the words jump at you: incompetence. Also words like neglect jump at you, and words as also, these people don't know what they're doing. And this is embarrassing for people to witness and to experience. I just want Jamaican people to think about this. When you're in your bed and you can pull your sheet and turn over, there's a child in the western part of Jamaica that is looking up at the skies. And when you think about the billions that our government is collecting without a structure, without a plan, and then there's no action, one have to wonder what is going on. And when you see your Prime Minister take the ODPEM, and put it in the office of the Prime Minister, when you go back to the Auditor General's report and says that $12.02 billion is unaccounted for under the office of the Prime Minister in 3 years. And let me put it into perspective for Jamaican people who probably don't comprehend the word unaccounted for. It's synonymous in meaning to cannot be found, chop, can't find, steal, whatever adjective you want to put. That is the same thing that it means. So if the Prime Minister cannot account for $12.02 billion, how is it that we are allowing him to collect this money, and 3 weeks after, no action? He boasted about spending a lot of money on the Jamaica Constabulary Force. $152 billion cannot be accounted for as well. And when we see these things, we have to look at it and say poor management. And thank you, Uncle, as you use your disclaimer, I want to also say the words I will speak here, it is of me and not of reasoning with Rattigan or no other individual. I am saying to the Jamaican people, we see billions being collected and no action. We see hotels being empty and the kids are sleeping on the street. And we see politicians laughing in the House of Parliament and the people are hungry. The politicians with big pay and the people are thirsty. Why is it that nobody has called for wages to be cut for these parliamentarians and put in a constituency fund that it can actually impact the affected people of Jamaica? There is no care in Jamaica. And I'm saying that the Constitution, the Charter of Rights of Section 13, subsection 3, give us the power to assemble. And I believe that I'm calling on the Jamaican people to go out there and protest, because protest is important to get what you want. I'm not saying that people should go and burn anything and to destroy any building. We need to go out there and make our voices heard. When people are talking about patience, hunger, don't ask anybody to be patient. Illness, don't ask anybody to be patient. Death, don't ask anybody to be patient. Homelessness, don't ask anybody to be patient. Jamaican people, what are we accepting as a nation? For too long, we have been too reasonable. Reasonable people don't get any respect. They get disrespected and treated the worst way. I came here with a mission, and the mission is to remind Jamaican people, when we go our bed and asleep in our proper house, there are kids that they are susceptible to all of the diseases that is released on the people of Jamaica. The Prime Minister speaks about preparation and rebuild, and don't think about the main priority supposed to get the people out of the area so that they can get medical care, so that they can get psychological care, and that they can be able to rehabilitate properly. And then we can think about sanitizing that area, because that area is contaminated. I just want to quickly touch on the leptospirosis situation in Montego Bay. Don't let them trick you that this is now something new. It's been a long time that Montego Bay has been rat infested. And also at a popular hotel in Montego Bay, rat has been there long before the hurricane. You understand? So it's not the Hurricane Melissa has blown the rats there. It is because of poor management from the municipal and poor management from our government. We are going to be sicker and sicker in Jamaica, and also to be dependent on an already depleted healthcare center. Jamaican people, we can talk all we want online, and we can talk all we want in our houses, but we must get out into the streets of Jamaica and show the world that this is a poor management of a crisis, and it's remnants of poor management of COVID as well, where he had an election in a crisis, and also told the Jamaican people are the people that have got a corner shop, have raised the COVID cases, and also he locked down the Jamaican people for a longer period of time. I will break there for now, but my heart is heavy and my mind is filled with concern for the Jamaican people.
No, we thank you for that status report. Thank you for the update. And we sense the urgency and the frustration in your voice and your demeanor. And they're justified. They're justified because we were told that Jamaica was prepared. We were told that Jamaica had over 800 shelters. We came to find out that not a single shelter was anywhere near hurricane-proof certified, even for category 2 or category 1. No. We were told that we found out that those shelters were schools, churches, community centers, and they lost their roofs as well. And in fact, people have died. People died in some of those so-called shelters. So they misled the world, not just the Jamaican public. They misled all of us. I want to bring Andy in and get his thoughts on what he heard, as well as what he's read so far concerning Hurricane Melissa and its impact on Jamaica. Andy.
Good evening to you guys from my side in South Africa. I think it should be nearing 2,300 hours now. One, we know from our research that there has been no proper planning. Two, we know that government on your side never spent time engaging with the people before the hurricane. Three, we also know from our research that there was no proper, once again, engagement with those countries around Jamaica that could have alleviated the plight of the people. We also know that those members of that community around Montego Bay, the place that you see on my background image, that's Montego Bay. We also know that the people in and around that space were never given a platform to express themselves in terms of how to deal with these issues that had to do with Melissa. And the impact is very devastating. I have seen pictures that have made me cry. The before and after pictures will have left me crying. I showed my mom and I showed my beautiful young wife those pictures. I saw the stress on their faces. Remember, some of us are connected to Jamaica because we love Jamaica, and our people from our continent were taken over to that place, and it hasn't cut down the bond between us and the people who are living in Jamaica. And long story short, I think we can do better. I think the monies that come through from a donations point of view should be properly managed. And I am inclined to saying if people steal money, or when people steal money, they should be prosecuted. There should be forensic investigations that would then see those people being held before the courts of law, so that the people of Jamaica and those of us who have sent the $10 or the $100 over to Jamaica should really see justice unfolding, and the beneficiaries of their assistance receiving their assistance to start to reorganize their lives again, so that their lives can return to normalcy, or their lives can become better than before.
Okay. Jamaics, anything you want to add?
Yes, just want to add quickly that when I speak, people, please don't take my passion, don't mistake it for emotions without purpose. I beg of you that when we went out into the street and we meet people in Montego Bay, there are people living on the street of Montego Bay, adjacent to the fire station, right? And these people didn't ask for this thing. It happened to them. The lady told me that 3 different trees fell inside her house top, and she has nowhere to sleep and stay but on the outside of the road. The people are asking for just food, mere food. And the people are sick in a location where they cannot get out. And again, our hotels are there open. The guests normally in a catastrophe or in any type of natural disaster at the hotel, they get a distress rate. Why can't the Jamaican people get a catastrophe rate on top of that distress rate, right? And the government of Jamaica lobby with these hoteliers and negotiate a plan that can better able to suit the Jamaican people. COVID locked down the hotel industry for over 11 months. We're saying give the Jamaican at least 5 months in these hotels so that they can sanitize that area. We cannot rebuild on a dirty land. And the Prime Minister, the concern of the Jamaican people, will they have their land after this thing? Can you come out and assure the people of that? And the reason why I'm proposing the hotels to host these people, because we're looking at capacity and we're looking at feasibility. That we have over 3,000 rooms from St. Elizabeth all the way to Trelawney, right? And we have over 600,000 people displaced. Why is it that we cannot negotiate some kind of deal to ensure that we get the people out. And also to the people who are going in to do their aids, thank you. You have been doing a wonderful job. It shows how incompetent our government is, because we don't have a structured system for you to come and get the food, and we don't have people who are trained to ensure that they deal with you and deal with the affected people. And it goes to show you again, we have a country that is just running wild, and where there is chaos, there anybody will just do what they feel like, right? But if you have the hotel where you bring the food go to, you don't have to drop the food in contaminated area, and a little child that you give the food today, tomorrow that child is hungry, but before tomorrow come, she has nowhere to sleep. So we are thinking, let us think collectively, quantitatively, and try to put structure in place, propose structure, because the government don't know what they're doing. I have come to that conclusion. And again, this is my words, and I'm going to be as frank as possible, because the situation of the people are real, and we have no proposed plan by the government that makes sense. I also want to give thanks for the team of NHW, some hardworking ladies, the treasurer, the vice president, and we have other members that have been putting in the work as well. We thank you. With little, we are doing much, and we also want to say every Jamaican, when I say to protest against the government, it is not something big to say that we're going to destroy. No, these are our employees, right? And they have now gone out of line. It is time for us to stand and tell them that, hey, we're not taking it anymore. My last question for you: when Bob Marley said to us to get up, stand up for our rights, do we think that we should just sit down and bop our heads and just listen to the rhythm? It is a message to us, and the message is saying to us, if we don't stand up for our rights, then we will continue to be exploited, abused, and take for second class and third class citizens in our land, Jamaica. It is embarrassing. Our brothers and sisters are dying, and not just the food that we give them, because it's like bringing a bucket to the ocean, trying to empty the ocean. That is how we are trying to, this is how we approach the feeding and taking care of our people. We need to consider this, and I will ask you, are you ready to stand for something? That is the question, because I am ready. You will see me, and we have a dedicated set of people that is going to be out there. We're going to be strategic to get the message across. We are not about destroying anything at all. We're about getting the message across, because these are our employees. We are owners, employers, and financiers. I thank you, and I love all Jamaicans, whether you have us in your mind or you're actual Jamaicans. We love and care for you. Thank you for what you're doing, but it's time to take a stand, and it's time to have action. Uncle, thank you ever so much, Mr. Mashahele, and the rest of the team. Thank you.
Before you go, I have a question for you, and that is, I hear your passion, and I know that you care deeply about the people of Jamaica, and you're also extremely concerned about the direction that the government is going. And you've asked us to heed the message of Bob Marley: get up, stand up.
Yes.
Just don't get up, stand up and bop to the music, but get up and stand up and do something of substance to help alleviate the mess that's in Jamaica. Describe that to me. How do you see that taking shape? That get up, stand up. How is that taking shape?
Lovely. And I like that question. Thank you for that question. Get up, stand up means that the Jamaican people need to know the situation, that billions are being collected and no action. We need that on a poster everywhere you can. We're going Montego Bay, right at the airport. As soon as anybody come in, they must know what is going on. And people diaspora, you can also protest, because it will help the Jamaican people. The no action will move from no action to push them into action to help the Jamaican people. So get up, stand up means protesting however you can. Don't let the government continue to try to belittle our voices. Post your post, make your video, stand in the road with a sign, don't disrupt anything or anybody, don't burn anything, don't block anywhere. We're going to stand we are living in an era where technology, we are blessed to us can be communicating. The pain, we feel it. Hunger is a universal language. Neglect is a universal language. Sick is a universal language. And we must use our voices, our fingers, all about. Put up, I'm going to start distributing a sign, a virtual poster that people can put up, because it is important that we echo the message. Because as Marcus Garvey said, the pen is mightier than the sword.
So
let's use the pen. We don't need no blood to be shed. Just use the pen.
Yeah, I guess just to follow up on the question, is there a concerted effort to get people out in the streets, or are we saying it that people should go? Because some people, they want to be led, and once you've given them the reason to follow, they will. So is there a plan to say we're organizing a protest against the government on this date, or there is a plan to do something en masse on social media? Is there any such thing beyond what we're hearing from you right now?
Most definitely, we are strategically planning, and if people want to get in contact, please reach out to me, and I will definitely tell you. But take this as a call to action and a wake-up call that it is important, it is imperative that we do. And again, let us not think of our politicians as gods over us with a peculiar source of understanding. We must be able to communicate effectively, and we want to echo the sound of billions collecting, no action. The hotels are empty and our kids are sleeping on the floor. The politicians are laughing in the House of Parliament like it's just another day, and the people are hungry. And the politicians have big pay where they can cut that and put that into a constituency fund so that it can affect and impact the people. And also the people are getting increasingly sick. And you, in your safety at your home, might be next getting sick. And let me tell you something that is even worse than Chucky or even Frederick Cougar on Alum Street. Our hospitals are in a deplorable condition, and it has molds, and the nurses are fed up. The doctors are fed up. I've been to the hospital because my grandmother was in there, and I'm telling you, the hospital has degraded my grandmother, because psychology has shown the hospital is supposed to be a rehabilitation center, right? But you also heal based on the aesthetics of the place, the environment. And if the environment is degrading and draining, are the same thing. So you might end up in the hospital too if you don't stand today for yourself and others.
All right. Thank you. The voice of reason, the voice of passion, the voice of action. Young Jamaica, Jamaics. Nephew, thank you so much. You don't have to leave, but we're going to move on. And I'll leave the space open for you. You can join, rejoin, make a comment. We're going to move on right now. But again, thank you very much. By the way, I would be remiss if I didn't ask Andy if he wanted to ask you anything before we move on.
Will, for the moment, honestly, I would like to see the relief that goes into Jamaica being managed by the NGOs, non-governmental organizations in Jamaica, working hand in glove with the government. Now, here's my question. Are there NGOs that are independent with integrity that would be looking at the gifts from other people of the world aimed at relieving or providing relief to the people of Jamaica who are distressed and depressed and stressed at the end of the day? Are there such organizations, and what is government doing to enable that the international relief efforts are directed through those NGOs?
JAMAICA?
That's a very good question. And I want to remind Jamaicans how, and also you, Mr. Andy, our government is not transparent. The government doesn't have integrity, right? And that is a shame. There are many NGOs in Jamaica, I believe, has credibility. Uncle Rattigan, I remember you said something to me in private, and it echoes even louder than ever before, to say that we have so much, groups and NGOs, but they don't work together. And that is a problem. And the situation that we have in Jamaica, to tell you, as much as as an NGO, I would like to say I want to collect stuff and to distribute and all of that, but it takes more than individualism in order to make the right impact that we need. That's why it's imperative that we, the Jamaican people who actually have plans and care for the Jamaican, propose something, because the government, what they have proposed is incompetent. Yes, they are NGOs, but I'm saying they have been acting, but the act that they have been acting is not a collective act to impact the mass. And that is where the problem is. We need collectivity in order to boost the effectivity.
Yeah, let me just add to that, Andy, that the primary agency, the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, to deal with something like Melissa's, the aftermath of Melissa, it was created to be an independent agency. That agency, because the civil society in Jamaica is weak, truth be told, very weak. And so that agency, the aid flowing into Jamaica started flowing through that agency. Normally, when aid comes to Jamaica, whether it's loans, grants, technical assistance, they flow through another agency, the Planning Institute of Jamaica. But for this, they said, we're going to send it through the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. Well, guess what happened, Andy? They're getting all the aid, this office. And the Prime Minister said, you know what? I want this office to come under my portfolio. And he already, Andy, has put 19 agencies under his portfolio. 19. And some of them, they issue permits. And guess what? They issue building permits. And the Prime Minister is what? Is a builder. And his wife is even a bigger builder. And they're getting permits from... And it's JAMAICA, thank you very much. And stick around.
Before JAMAICA goes away, Gov't of the Givers in South Africa? It's an international relief organization. You know Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman. I will forward the contact details of Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman, Gov't of the Givers, for some relief effort. I have worked with the Gov't of the Givers, even the King Goodwill's Welitini Foundation. Those foundations would deal with NGOs directly. They just have to allow Imtiaz or Gov't of the Givers into Jamaica. They set up, they have been instrumental in distributing welfare and relief goods in Gaza. Some of the members of Gov't of the Givers were killed by the Israeli bombs, and many of those things that are unpalatable to talk about and to talk of. I will forward Imtiaz's telephone number, JAMAICA, so that you can engage him and use my name as a point of reference, so that NGOs in your part of the world can group themselves into a group of 4 or 5 or 6 NGOs who will work with a Gov't of the Givers. They have been to places like Afghanistan when there was that earthquake. Imtiaz is a friend of ours, as well as Yusuf Abramji. You remember Yusuf Abramji
Yeah, from
from
crime.
7?
Is it
Yeah,
Crime Stop? Yeah.
yeah. Crime Watch.
Crime Watch. Mm-hmm.
Yes, Crime Watch. I'm sure we can have an alternative to the chokehold, of the system when we work with Gift of the Givers, and I will check the Prince down in KZN. How best can he help through his efforts representing the late old man King Zwelitin. Let's find out if Prince Buza cannot come to the effort of helping, cannot come to the party or the campaign of helping the distressed people of Jamaica.
And you know what, Andy, I'm going to hold you to that because I know you're a representative of King Prince Buza. So
Yes.
Please send us the details so I can forward it to Jamaica. And in the meantime, you and I will continue to engage regarding additional help.
Yeah.
All right, Jamaica, thank you very much. Feel free, stick around. We won't close your camera. We'll keep it right there. You know, Andy, hey, look who's here. The man, the myth, the legend, Mr. DJ Kevin Stew. Kevin, welcome.
A myth indeed. I feel mythical today.
Oh, you feel mythical? Okay. All right. Let me just quickly run on because I know you've been listening backstage and you've been doing a whole bunch of stuff. But people watching the program and those listening to it, Andy just made a point. Andy asked about, hey, what about the relief agencies? You know, what's going on with them? Well, let me show you this. Kevin, I think I have to share screen with this. Hold on a second. Hold on, people. I'm getting very good at this, you know.
Yes.
All right. I'm getting very good. Folks, remember we talked about the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. Here's a gentleman who was in charge of it before Melissa and shortly after Melissa. He has since been replaced. But I want to show you something. Here we go. That's him right there. His name is Richard, top right there. Richard Thompson. There he is. Oh, come on. All right, there he is. But what's more important than his picture is what he said. And this, let me see the date on this story. Should be right. Oh, there it is, October 22nd. This is before Melissa. I'm going to show you something. Here's what he said. He said, see right here? I can't big it up, but I'll quickly read it for you because we have to move on. It says, Director General of the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, Richard Thompson, says all systems and personnel are fully activated as Tropical Storm Melissa nears the island. He said the agency has been monitoring the system since last Thursday, days before. And he said, to date, we have carried out a number of activities in terms of our general preparation. The parish disaster coordinators, we placed them on standby from very early, from over the weekend, and we were having discussions then with the National Meteorological Service. He noted further that the National Emergency Operations Center, and that is supposed to be the nerve center for disaster management. It's like an intelligence center. He said they held an operation planning meeting on Tuesday to get a good idea as to where we are in terms of our preparation, and also to put persons in a frame of mind of the work that we have to do going into the weekend. He said, so we got those presentations in terms of our state of readiness. And he goes on to talk about the infrastructure, humanitarian processes, overall national response processes. I'm going to skip and show you something. All right, here it is right here. They had a meeting, and look who attended the meeting. He said the meeting that they had with the disaster center included representatives of the municipal corporations, Paris disaster coordinators, Jamaica Defense Force, Jamaica Constabulary Force, Jamaica Fire Brigade, and NGOs such as the Jamaica Red Cross, Salvation Army, Adventist Development and Relief Agency, Food for the Poor, and the United Nations Development Program. It's like 10 agencies there. That's coordination. They had the meeting, they're coordinated. You remember why the Prime Minister said he's moving them from being an independent agency into his portfolio? Because he wanted coordination. The meeting, the coordination took place. No, it's pure shaka we have today. We have a lot of shakas. Check out this. Let me take this down and show you something else. Okay. Remember, people were saying this is political. Not only is it political, this is about creating an atmosphere for stealing to take place, to bring it in the office of the Prime Minister. And he was saying, no, we have the military and they're used to doing disaster management and blah, blah, blah. And he gave us all of these fancy words and people didn't pay attention. People didn't do their research, didn't look at the history. Take a look at this. By the way, that gentleman, Richard Thompson, you saw there, how did he get that job? He actually got passed over for the job. That man has more than 20 years doing this. And he got passed over for the job in 2020. In I think it was like 2020. I'll show you the article right now. And he was replaced by somebody who went in. And I want to show you what this gentleman who was in charge of ODPEM, what he said. Here we go. See that? ODPEM boss quits. May 4th. That's not Mr. Richard Thompson. Somebody different in 2021. Same government, right? Look at this. He said he was forced to implement whatever he was instructed to do, even when he knew it was wrong. Look at the first sentence. Political interference at the heart of disaster agency's resignation 1 month before the start of the hurricane system. 6 months after he was appointed to head the office, longtime public servant, his name is Leslie Harrow, quit following what is alleged to be political interference in the performance of his job. This leaves Jamaica, there we go. This leaves Jamaica's chief disaster response agency leaderless 1 month before the hurricane season. And they were forecasting 16 tropical storms with 7 projected to become hurricanes and at least 3 major hurricanes. But I want to get to the political piece. Look at this. The Jamaica Observer has confirmed that Harrow submitted his resignation last Friday with immediate effect after telling senior staff members that he was not willing to accept the disrespect he was getting from members of the political directorate. He was seconded to the ODPEM for an initial 6 months, but he was scheduled to be there for a minimum of 1 year. But the issues at the top caused him to decide to leave at the end of the 6 months. Further, he said he could not accept how he was being treated, with instructions just being given to him and being forced to implement whatever he was instructed to do, even when he knew it was wrong. So it wasn't independent. It was not, it was controlled by the political elites. And here it is, he quit. And look at this, it says, however, sources said his decision to walk has earned him many points in the eyes of the long-serving ODPEM staff members who have applauded him for showing cojones rather than becoming a lackey. See that, people? And I want to get to the other guy, to get to Mr. Richard Thompson. His name is mentioned in the article. Let me get further down here. Said the government wanted to keep it, they wanted to keep it hush-hush to the point where they told him not to write anything. They told him, just leave. Just leave. That's how they treat people. Let me go further. No, look, here it is right here, people. Remember I just showed you Mr. Richard Thompson. It says, look at the last paragraph. It said, but most people with knowledge of Jamaica's disaster response mechanism had expected the job to go to whom? Richard Thompson. He didn't get it. The long-serving Deputy Director General who had performed admirably for the year in which he acted. So Richard got the job. This gentleman got the job when Richard should have gotten it. So this gentleman quit in 2021 and then Richard got the job. And now what they say about Richard, they say, oh, we're putting him in the office of the Prime Minister to do what? To coordinate. To coordinate. The military is now running ODPEM. And keep in mind, people, who is the permanent secretary in the office of the Prime Minister? General Rocky Mead, Ambassador Rocky Mead, another military person. You know what military people are supposed to do? They are supposed to follow orders. They don't ask questions, they follow orders. So now ODPEM's getting all this relief coming into the Prime Minister's office. If the Prime Minister says, hey, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to follow orders. So I just wanted to show that to you that this office was political a long time ago. We're now saying it's political because he's put it in within his portfolio, but it's been there for a while. Now, Andy, we have some shockers for you and the folks, because last week we talked about the Prime Minister and his election. You know what? Kevin worked long and hard alongside producer Jones, so I don't want to hold him up. All right, here we go. This article came out yesterday, but we broadcasted the story last week, Saturday, a week ago. We made mention of it, that there was a lawsuit contesting the Prime Minister's win. Nobody else covered it. I mean, not to the level that we did. And we're going to continue today. But I just want to show you this. The newspaper finally put out an article yesterday. Here it is. Ballot rift. Oh, by the way, Andy, somebody in the chat was saying that you shouldn't let the Prime Minister out of South Africa. You should arrest him. Somebody in the chat mentioned that. But here it is. The affidavit detail alleged irregularities that in the election that took place on September 3rd. And I won't read you the whole thing. It says here, for those of you who don't know, that they had a hearing this past Monday, and the Supreme Court is expected to rule next month. I think it's the 8th of December. They're expected to rule. There it is right there. Yeah, there it is. The judge will rule on December 8th, following the petition for judicial review. Now, it goes on to talk about all the challenges with the September 3rd election. I won't read that to you. What I'll do is this instead, because we're going to bring on Andy for him to give us his take on everything that's going on. What I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go back and I'm going to show you, people, how you get an election petition before the court. Remember, we did that last week, right? Here we go. Here we go. All right. You have an election, and you see on the left side it says losing candidate. On the right side it says on its own volition. What do they mean? You have an election, and if you lost the election, you can appeal to a body, an agency called the Constituted Authority. That's one way of getting to them. Another way is that they, on their own can say, we are hearing some things, or we've seen some things, and they can say to an election official, we need you to provide some evidence of what we believe happened and constituted election fraud. So there are two ways you can get there. Forget about the one on the right on its own volition, where they can ask for the information. Let's go to the losing candidate. So you go and you ask them, you present, what the law says is that you within a certain time period, within 14 days of the final count, you go to the constituted authority, and the only evidence you have to provide of election malfeasance, election fraud, whatever you want to call it, the only evidence you have to provide is what? Affidavits. That's all you have to provide. You don't have to provide witnesses. You don't have to provide video, audio. You just have to provide affidavits. What's an affidavit? It's a statement that you've sworn to, saying that it's true. That's all. That's all. Now, when you go to them, they're supposed to look at that statement, and then they're supposed to file a petition on your behalf with the election court. So once you go with an affidavit, and the affidavit spells out that, hey, there was double voting, there was intimidation, they don't have any discretion. They are supposed to send it on to the election court. Now let's get to what happened in 1997-98. Bear with me. Let me remove this. Seems as if I don't need Kevin today, but I really do. Hold on. Here we go.
You're doing well, man. You're doing very well.
Here we go, folks. Here we go. We spent a lot of time doing this. Here we go. I hope you enjoy this presentation here, because again, you know, this is a university setting. We're here to teach you. If you look at the bottom, you see Blake, Holness, Daley. In 1997, December 18, they had an election in Jamaica, general election. Blake was the PNP candidate, Holness, JLP candidate, Daley, NDM candidate. 3 people contested the seat. After the election, Holness won. Holness won. Blake said, wait a minute, there's a problem here. I believe there were irregularities, voting irregularities, there was intimidation, all kinds of things. And then he appealed to the constituted authority January 2nd, 1998. I want you to look at the date. Election 1997, he appealed to the constituted authority in 1998, January 2nd, right? Then, there we go. The constituted authority said, yes, we agree with you, Mr. Blake. And so we're going to send it to the election court. They said the affidavits you provided to us, yes, they show breaches, and we're going to send it to the election court. What did Mr. Holness do? Remember now, he filed it January 2nd. And then the court, the constituted authority read the affidavits, and they sent it on to, they filed a petition in the election court. Before the court could hear the matter, Mr. Holness filed a motion to dismiss the action on February 27th. And what happened? The election court ruled that, listen, the election, we're going to declare it null and void. We find that there are so many breaches there that we're going to say you have to do it over. So they had a do-over on March 26, 1998. A month later, Blake won that election. Then Andrew Holness, he wasn't prime minister, he appealed. He went to the same constituted authority and went to the election court. And he said, hey, Blake people or Blake's party, whatever, they committed election fraud, and you guys need to look at this. And the constituted authority says, yes. He provided the affidavits. They said, okay. They moved it on to the election court. And the election court said, we agree. So you have to have another election. And they had that election in June 1998. Now remember, see that? The election, or the initial election took place December 1997. And a victor, final victor, wasn't declared until December, 6 months later. And a 6 months, right? 6 months later. 6 months later. No. Let me remove. Talk to my people. When Andrew Holness, I'm following people, and if you're getting confused, just put it in the chat. Let me know. Or if I'm losing, I don't want to go too fast. You need to stay with me on this one. Let me go back and add this to the stage. You see this right here, where it says election 18 and appeal. The appeal was by Mr. Blake because Andrew Holness won. Mr. Blake said, no, they cheated. And when he said they cheated, here's what he said. He said, and I hope you're sitting down, you're holding on. You're sitting down. Hold on. Do I get a feedback here?
Yeah, that.
Yeah. So he said, this is what Blake alleged. This is what he alleged in the affidavit. He said ballot boxes were stolen, destroyed, and or tampered with. That's his first claim. He also said votes were cast by people who weren't bona fide electors. They weren't. He also said votes.
Is that from your monitor?
I don't know.
Okay.
All right. So he said votes were cast by persons who shouldn't have voted. And the third claim he made, he said there was violence or irregularities. There were irregularities during the election period, on election day, which led to, and here's the term, it's a term of legal art, right? The term is substantial distortion or subversion of the process of free and fair election. What does that mean? It just means that the thing just so bad that the election cannot be considered free and fair. Whatever the breaches were, they were so bad that you just cannot consider them free. Consider the election free and fair. That's what that term means. And you're going to see it again because that is the standard. The standard must be, one of the standards actually, it must be that irregularities occurred on election day, which led to substantial distortion or subversion of the process of free and fair election, meaning that you cannot consider the election free and fair if people are thief ballot boxes. Cannot be free and fair. And so Mr. Blake filed 18 affidavits. 18 affidavits. Now, you know what's interesting, people? When you see the things that Mr. Blake complained about, and you see that Mr. Holness went to court when he appealed it, when he filed a motion to dismiss, and the first thing he said, I received most of the votes, so we shouldn't proceed with this action. I got most of the votes, so this is a waste of time. I won the election. Did he? Did he? Let me show you something. We're going to start backwards and go forward. But let me show you something. Remember, his first claim is that he won the election. Now, here's one of the things. That election, December 1997, was supervised by CAFE, which is a local organization in Jamaica. And I think it was their first time overseeing an election. and also the Carter Center from Atlanta. And they're professionals at doing this. They do this all over the world. If people suspect that there's going to be voting irregularities, they'll call the Carter Center in and say, come in and we want you to just watch over this process.
Mm-hmm.
They did it in December 1997. And you know who was in Jamaica? President Carter, his wife, Colin Powell, and other luminaries. They showed up. Now, one of the things that happened, and I'm going to show you, is that, and I showed it last week, they counted this in this polling division, they counted the ballots in front of the president and his wife, the initial count. And they said X amount for Mr. Blake, Y for Mr. Holness, Z for Mr. Daly. But what happened, the oversight bodies, I don't believe they were there for the final count, because the final count doesn't happen the same day. They had the initial count. And I don't believe the bodies were there, the oversight bodies, because if they were there, this would not have happened. Here we go. Let me find it right here, and then doom 64.
As you're pulling that up, it's interesting that some of the complaints from that 97 election, someone who commented on this broadcast just said, I worked for the last 3 general elections and 1 local government election, and I can write a book on the irregularities and blatant thievery I saw, even this last one.
Wow. Folks, here it is. We showed it last week, but it's worth showing again. Here we go. This is polling division 72. There we go. Look at this. Marjorie McKee, the duly appointed presiding officer for the above named polling division 72, states on oath that she counted the ballots in the presence of former U.S. President Jimmy Carter and his wife. Having done so, she placed the ballots in the box and was escorted to the counting station by the police, where she handed over the box to the returning officer, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas verifies the receipt of the box with a preliminary statement of poll signed by Marjorie McKee, which showed, look what it showed. Remember the prime minister won the seat by 150 something votes. And remember, his appeal to the court was that I got most of the votes. Look at this. That box had 338 votes for Warren Blake, 7 votes for Andrew Holness, and 1 for Steve Daly, totaling 346. They had 353 people eligible to vote in that polling division. 346 voted. What's that? 7 people didn't vote, right? Now look at this. Let me go back and see when, if they put the time when they counted it. All right. The election was, when was the election again? The election.
December 97.
December, when was it? December what?
That was 97.
Yeah, no, hold on. Let me just get it's December 18. 18.
Sorry.
So guess what? Yeah, December 18. So guess what? Guess what? President Carter and his wife, they weren't around when they did the final count, because the final count was 4 days later. The final count was 4 days later. Let me just double check again. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 4 days later, they left. They left. So now they do the final count. And you see what it says? On the 22nd of December, during the final count, this box was found to be empty. So I'm so excited, Kevin. That well, I'm so excited. I want to show the people the word empty.
Don't plus it so much.
Okay. No, because I want to show the people them. Sita. All right, Sita people. The box was found to be empty. See empty? See empty right there, so? There it is. The box was found to be empty. All right, let me small it up a bit. And it says, these ballots were not reckoned in deciding the outcome of the poll. So if those ballots were reckoned in deciding the outcome of the poll, Andrew Holness would have lost because he won by what? He won by 153 votes. And here, the man beat him in this box by over 300 votes. There it is, 338. The man beat him by 331. And he won by 153. So if they had counted this box, Andrew Holness would have lost. We wouldn't know about him, right? So, and look at what the court, this is the court writing this. The court says, again, the irresistible conclusion is that the ballots were tampered with. So you might say, well, you know, Rattigan, that's just one instance. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. It's much ado about nothing. Well, here is what I'm going to do now. And we didn't do this last week. I'm going to show you the rest of the court's decision. And by the way, there it is right there. It's in the Supreme Court. This document, you can get this document. It's the Supreme Court. So what it says in the election court. This is an adjudicated judgment. This is a judgment from the court. This is not somebody's, you know, a journalist's opinion or my notes. This is from the court. Now, I'm going to show you something now. I'm going to show you something. Stay with me. Stay with me. All right. All right. Remember I told you about the three things he complained? Those are the three things, right? But let's get to the specifics. Let's get to the specifics. We won't even get to what Andrew Holness, because he complained about three things. He complained that he received most of the votes, which we know he didn't. He said that there were some fees, cost, expenses that weren't paid. The court said no, nonsense. And the last thing was he said the constituted authority should not be composed of members of the Electoral Advisory Committee. And they said that's nonsense because the law changed and said, no, the constituted authority is the only body in Jamaica that can refer a matter regarding elections to the election court. So they threw out his motion to dismiss. No, people, I'm just doing this to show you pattern and practice. I'm going to do bookends. I'm going to show you that in 1997, this is what the prime minister, this is what happened with it wasn't prime minister. This is what happened with candidate Andrew Holness. And then I'm going to get to 2025 and show you. And you're going to see some of the same things happening. So you can only, I'm going to leave it to your imagination as to what happened, because what happened between the first election and the last election, because there were about 3 or 4 elections between them. All right. And I'm going to let you decide what you think happened or might have happened. But while you're thinking about what might or could have or whatever, I'm going to show you what actually happened. Here we go. Let me just pull it up right here. We're just going to go, I'm going to skip all of this stuff where the argument that the court laid out, looking at other jurisdictions and other cases and all of that. And we're just going to go straight to what they found. What they found with the various. All right, here it is. All right, the first one is 49, right? And in polling division 49, you know what the court said? They said that they found that the ballot box was given to an individual who was not an election official. And the box was empty. Here it is right here. Let me go. So you remember I told you about the one in Division 72.
Correct.
300 and something votes and box empty. It's not the only instance in that election where a ballot box was empty. Here's another one, people. Here's another one. Polling division 49, right? Beverly Valentine, the duly appointed presiding officer, stated that the polling station was open on time. No incident. The polls closed at 5. The votes were counted, and the box was locked, and the key handed over to a gentleman by the name of Royal Mantle, and he had the box with the ballots, and he was supposed to take them to the counting station. Look at that. Look at this right here. Right here. See this? Let me draw it for you. I'm going to highlight it. Mantle was not an election official. And the rule says it must be an election official. You can't give it to anybody who just walk off the street. You can't. But they gave it to him. And then look at this, people. Look at this. The box was found to be empty at the final count. There it is right there. Yes, sir.
Why would a person take the box to the counting station instead of the police, JCF? Is that JCF? Yeah. Why?
Yes.
What? In all over the world and in South Africa, that box was supposed to be escorted by the police in a marked vehicle. And not only one police vehicle, one vehicle escorted by 2 or 3 vehicles, so that you should avoid hijacking of that vehicle, and you should also safeguard that box from being tampered with. And secondly, why are the boxes not having having seals instead of lock and key? You get the seal. You get the seal that's going to be broken at the counting station with a corresponding seal number on when the box comes in and it's registered. On the register, you have the seal number that corresponds with the seal number on the box. That box that has been sealed with that seal that has a same seal number as the seal number on the registration form in the counting station.
Right.
Why are I'm just a little bit lost. Please rescue me from the misery of my own ignorance. I would expect the police to escort all boxes with the ballots in there.
Andy, I won't be able to disabuse you of your ignorance because it gets worse. It gets worse. So, and there are some things I just can't explain. I can't explain why they would give a box with ballots to somebody who's not an election official. But they did. But look at what it says right here, what the court says. It says right here, it says if Beverly Valentine is believed, and look what it says, her evidence is uncontradicted. Andrew Holness did not put up a fight.
Is that guy who transported, was he the guy who was given the box by whomever? Because that would be a criminal offense.
Yes.
Was that gentleman arrested, and what happened to him? Is he in jail, or is he somewhere in that rat-infested hotel in Montego Bay having some nice time? Where is that guy?
You're killing me.
Why would he be arrested?
I don't have answers for you, my brother. You're killing me.
And Andy,
Kevin,
a man walks up and says, I'm here to collect the ballot box. And you hand it over to him. And the ballot box gets to where it's supposed to go. He delivered, right?
But he didn't deliver the contents that he received.
He delivered the box.
Kevin, yes. Kevin.
The contents.
He delivered as per the brown envelope. The brown envelope would have said to him, hey, you, here's the brown envelope. Go and steal that box and put it there and open it up for the contents of the brown envelope that I've given you. So he delivered based on the mandate, the brown envelope mandate. If he was not really, on a serious note, if he was not really a party, an election official, he was not supposed to have had that box. And the flip side of the coin, even if he was an election official, he was supposed to have been accompanied by party agents.
True.
If there were three political parties, that
True.
would be 3 party agents plus that faceless moron who stole that box and took it to heaven or hell knows where. And I still want to find out, why was he not arrested? If he was not arrested by then, crime does not rot. He still must be arrested based on the report, based on the evidence that I'm seeing here. I would go up to any police station and go after that person's neck, so that I can go for the jugular. The jugular would be the person who gave him the mandate to take the box to the counting station, and then it appears empty.
So there's that part too, because here is Mr. Mantle being sent to get this box. The people that are giving him the box clearly had his name, because somebody knew who this man was.
I agree with you. So it further increases the number of suspects. Those ones who handed over the box would be charged with defeating the administration of justice. Defeating the ends of justice, those who handed over the box. Mr. Mentley would be charged with an accomplice to crime, the same crime of defeating the ends of justice, because he knowingly accepted the box that he should not have accepted. So, so those people can still be charged. I don't know what the law says in your country. We can still, we meaning the people of Jamaica, can still pursue a criminal case, open up a criminal case against Mr. Mentley and those people in 1997 or whenever and whatever the year that was. Because crime has been committed here, just based on what Will and yourself have put up on the screen here, given the evidence and also the finality or the final recommendation of whoever put the document here that says evidence is uncontradicted. If that is the case, then the people of Jamaica must go after Mr. Mentley. He will tell us who sent him.
Here is something else, right? The court said right here. The court said, first of all, the law says it must be the ballot boxes are to be conveyed to the counting station by a qualified person. This man wasn't qualified. All right. Now, here's what it says. The court says it is clear on the evidence that the ballot box has been tampered with, and the number of electors on the list of electors, to wit, 312, is more than the difference in the number of votes cast for the candidate who was declared the winner by 153 votes. So this is a second example we see where if they had counted these boxes in the final count, Andrew Holness would not have won that election. Stay with me, people. It gets better. Now we're at, look at this. Another polling division, 64. At the final count, 128 of the ballots in this polling station were found to be disfigured. Keep that in mind. The final count, not the initial count. The final count, they said 128 ballots, they're spoiled, so we're not going to count them. Look at what the next statement. It says the preliminary statement of poll recorded 186 votes. Here it is. 186 votes for Warren Blake, 6 for Andrew Holness, and 0 for Steve Daly. And he says, as a result of the disfigured ballots, the result of the final counts showed something different. Showed Warren Blake at 59. Remember, look at it. He trounced the prime minister. The prime minister only had 6, and the gentleman had where is it? 186.
186.
Yeah, he beat him by 180. And then look down here now with the final count. He only beat him by 54 right here. Right? And look at this. Look at this, people. It is right here. Joan Alexander, presiding officer. She's a person in charge of that facility where the people voted. Yeah, swore that when she counted the votes and enclosed them in the ballot box, there was no disfigured ballot. Joan Alexander's uncontradicted evidence lead to the irresistible conclusion that the ballot box was tampered with. This is a third instance now. It gets worse. Then we get to this one is what? 71.
71.
Look at this one here in 71. This is similar to the one where we just described. It says the affidavit of the assistant returning officer shows that the identity of the person who collected the ballot box is unascertainable. They don't know who collected the ballot box. They don't know who. It continues. This is the one with President Carter, polling 72. Let's skip that. Here's another one. This is one where they said the amount of votes cast between 2:15 and 5:30 p.m. It would have taken 12 hours to count those votes that came in. Yet they were counted in 3 hours. They're saying, no, there are too many votes that came in during that time period, right? Some members of the court didn't buy that one. Look at this one here, people. Some voters refused to dip their fingers in the ink after voting, and their votes were deposited in the ballot box and taken into account in deciding the winner. So you know that these people voted at least twice. They said, we're not putting our finger, we're not dipping our finger in any ink. And they said, all right.
Why would they not want to comply with the law that says after voting you must dip your finger in the ink, or they must use that pen that identifies that you have voted? Why would they refuse to do that? Why would they not want to comply with the law? Why would they intentionally and knowingly commit crime? Because failure to comply with the law, it's a criminal offense.
So there must be some benefit then, right?
Yeah, bribery.
Yeah. Well,
brown envelope, the brown envelope mandate.
And look at this. It says there's unchallenged evidence that this did in fact take place in a number of instances, not one time. A number of instances. Well, here's another one. In polling division 56. There was the substitute presiding officer was never given an official electoral list of electors. That's one. Another one, a number of persons voted without identifying themselves. So they just came in and they voted. And look at this one. There's a number of people voted who were not bona fide electors. And here's another one. Here's another one that we saw in 2025. Multiple voting by a number of persons. Multiple voting by a number of persons. I won't even go into the. I won't even bring the law up because you know that this is illegal. Here is another one. Here's another one. There's a 57, right? 57, and this goes to your point, Andy, about the police officers being present. In this case, a police officer assigned to the polling station said that he witnessed an indoor agent of the Jamaica Labour Party voting openly and on behalf of electors whom he had sent away from the police station.
Yeah.
So, he told them, "Don't worry, I will take care of your votes." You know, and there it is. It contravenes Section 93, which says no person shall apply for a ballot paper in the name of another person, and that's what. And you can't vote for somebody.
And secondly, international practice is that law enforcement don't vote on the same day that the ordinary civilians vote. That's why they have the special days for voting for military and the police. Now, why would that officer vote when they have had?
No, he didn't vote. No, he didn't vote. He was there as security. And he testified. He said, "Listen, I saw people."
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I saw the guy. And if you read I won't even, because of time, I won't even go to it. What he actually did, what he witnessed was the indoor agent telling members of a political party.
Oh, the indoor agent. Okay.
Agent, yeah.
Yes.
And he said, "I will vote for you guys. Just give me the ballots." And said, "You go home. Shower. Don't worry about it. I will take care of it." And he voted for them. No, Andy, under the law, the polling stations are supposed to be open from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. And there are identified places where you are supposed to vote. You can't just get up and they just say, "We're going to vote over here," and then move you can't do that according to the law. No, people, look at this. Look at this nonsense that took place when the Prime Minister won. Look at that. Here it is right here. And try not to laugh, people. Just try not to laugh. Look at that. Polling Division 23 open at 2:15 p.m. instead of 7 a.m. Look at the second one, Andy. Polling Division 26 open at 5:15. It opened when they were closed.
That win.
Look at the next one. PD 58 open at authorized location at approximately 4:55. They're closing at 5 o'clock. They open at 4:55. And then they also had voting done at unauthorized locations that nobody knew that this was going to happen. Here are three locations that they just moved the location. They just said, "No, we're going to do the voting."
I give up.
For the three, four.
I
Not so soon, Andy. Not so soon.
No, I give up because the electoral court was supposed to have. I don't know if there is an electoral court that side. Happenings of this nature or incidents of this nature belong in the electoral courts, and it would decide within 24 hours, if not 48 hours. Where is the electoral court to have dealt with the matter? And where are the party agents that were at those voting districts? What you call polling the PDs, polling
division.
Polling divisions. It's what we would call voting districts. Now, where are the party agents that were there? And why did they not depose affidavits to the electoral court, to the police that would then take them to the electoral court so that they can be, hey, I know, guys.
You know what? Somebody in the chat was saying, "Well, you guys are sitting around for hours talking about the Prime Minister. How is that going to help?" Let me explain to you why it's going to help. And I like the question you ask. Who is it? Cool Shade, right? How about talking about the Prime Minister help anyone? Here's why. In 1997, this took place. You see this one here? open voting, for example. This one, and you see what the court says? The court says, well, open. It's I'm of view that this kind of thing is not such as ought to be regarded as substantially distorting or subverting the process of free and fair election. But guess what? It happened again this year. Open voting happened again this year, and the idea of people voting twice, it happened in 1997, and it happened again this year. Also, you know what happened again this year, and we'll get to it. Andy, you know what happened? When they collect the ballot boxes in a station, they do an initial count, and then it goes to a place for final counting, right?
Yes.
And in removing it, both parties or the competing parties, they agree on a route. They said, okay, when we leave here, we're supposed to go this way and that way and this way till we get to the destination. And they're supposed to even ride in the same vehicle. Well, this year, in the Prime Minister's constituency, they agreed on a route, and when they came out, they went the opposite direction. And they didn't, the opposition's agent wasn't in the vehicle. He was traveling behind, and he lost them. That alone is a serious violation, that you lost sight of the boxes.
It's a criminal offense.
Right? So, look, we're pressed for time. I don't even want to go any further because I think I've done enough. I think I've done justice to this thing. Let me go down and see.
I need to respond to talking about the president. From whence I'm seated, I have no appetite to talk about people who clearly use unlawful ways and means to cling on to positions of power. And from whence I'm seated, crime is crime. It doesn't matter whether it's my mother, my father, my daughter, my beautiful wife, or my youngest son. When someone uses unlawful, I'm using the word unlawful advisedly. Unlawful means to cling on to power. That person is a crook. End of story. Right. When the courts can pronounce its mind in a way and manner that it has on this document that you have put up here, the court findings or the judgment, I have no respect for a person who calls himself the president or the prime minister. Honestly, I am going to give my analysis based on the evidence that I'm seeing.
One second, Andy. 1 second. Let me just finish up this one sentence, and then the space is yours, and then you can do the analysis and you can do the comparison, all of that stuff. Look, people. Here's what the court said, and this is the law. The court says that you don't need a whole bunch of violations. They say one is enough. It says right here. It says the other regularities adverted to, meaning the ones that they talked about with violations, say the ones we talked about, which I hold to have been satisfactorily established, singly, one, or cumulatively, all of them constitute a substantial, remember we talked about that term of art, a substantial distortion or subversion of the process of free and fair election, in which they occur, and he said it happened in the respective polling divisions as well as the constituency as a whole. And the court said, Mr. Holness, no, we're going to have to do this one over. And guess what, people? For those of you curious as to why we go all the way back to 1997, because they say what is old is what's new, because some of the same things happened in 2025, and that's why they're in court right now. We won't get to that right now, because right now we're going to yield the floor to Mr. Mashahile.
I'll say this though, Will. In response to Cool Shade, we were not talking about an individual. We were talking about an action. We were talking about something that happened.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't that we were talking about Mr. Daly, or we're talking about Mr. Holness or Mr. Blake. No, we were talking about the electoral process that took place in 1997, in
1997.
1997.
Right.
It happened again a few other times, and it happened again here in 2025. We're talking about a process. Why? Because you need to understand something. A lot of us, collectively speaking, do not know how the process is supposed to go. And a lot of
Right.
us don't know that there's a course of action that can be taken if the process does not go the way it's supposed to go. Hence, there was an appeal back in 17, 18, 20,
In 2018. 2018.
2018.
Yeah.
And there is right now an appeal process again. When you look at something with blinders on or with shaded lenses, you won't get the full effect. So here's what I suggest to you. Cool Shade and others like Cool Shade. Pay attention to the whole thing, not just to the piece that you hear and have an understanding of. Please and thanks.
Right. Just before Andy come on, Barbara White says, Sir Rattigan, please remember that the current matter is before the court. We must be careful as we do not want any prejudice. No, Barbara, it's a matter of public record. It's published in the newspaper. So, and in fact, what we're talking about here, Barbara, this is 1997. This is 1997. We're going to come to 2015 because it's a public. But Barbara, you can go down to the court right now and pick up that document. I have the document. I've had it now for over a week. I've had that document. But you can talk about these things because they're allegations, and you can say the allegation is. And what we're trying to show is that some of the same allegations we're seeing in 2015, they're the same allegations we saw in 1997, and the common denominator is Andrew Holness. It's the same candidate. Andy, I yield to you.
Would it be an allegation if a court has pronounced its mind on the matter and said
1997? You're right. 1997 is that's not an allegation. The court said it right there. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It would be factual that the process was raped by an individual or by a certain party. Right. And secondly, we don't have to be afraid of people coming after us. Some of us have had guns stuck in our mouth and the trigger pulled twice by the most lethal assassin of the whites only government. I don't like putting it as an apartheid government. I like to put it in its correct description. It was white people only, excluding me from voting and having it killed my grandfather. You know the story about my grandfather being, before I was born, my grandfather being beaten to pulp for being black and going through a white town. So there was no apartheid in that understanding. It was white people killing a black person for going through the town. It was a white person who stuck a gun in my mouth, an Afrikaner for that man, who wanted to kill me, but the times and the God of my life and the God that we pray to saved me. So that process, long story short, has been raped by an individual, and the court has said no to the particular person who benefited in a wrong way and manner. I'm just a little bit disappointed by the court not referring Mr. Mental for prosecution, for criminal prosecution, and also referring Mr. Holness for criminal prosecution. I'm not a coward. I have no problems of walking up to Mr. Holness. Johannesburg is only 15 minutes from whence I am. and my friends, my producer friends on a number of these shows on SABC Newsroom Africa and the independent ENCA DSTV channel 403 have tried to get hold of the commission in Pretoria so that questions can be asked about the 28 accounts. Those people that we are offending on this program, who like my namesake Andrew, I'm also Andrew, who are offended, should understand that it is important that we raise these matters of 28 bank accounts. How do you explain 28 bank accounts and why? So it is also significant that in these deliberations and discussions, we bring in the element of awareness so that we must not prop systems up, those systems that commit wrongs against the people and the process, particularly those old women and old men who would want to leave a better Jamaica behind, and many of the processes. With regard to that comment, that's where I'm stopping now. But I would like to know, Will, from the people of Jamaica, why was Mr. Mantle not referred for criminal prosecution in 1997 or whenever that date that was, and why and who gave him that ballot box? Why was that particular person not also charged as an accomplice to crime? There are some of these things that can really upset you. Unfortunately, some of us are very straight. I cannot be bought. I don't want anyone's money. I want justice to prevail. End of story.
Yeah. Well, look, Andy, talk to us about the Madlanga Commission and try and make a comparison to Jamaica. And here is why. Let me just put some stuff up so people can understand what's going on. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are about 7 people. Folks, there is a commission right now underway in South Africa, and they're looking at corruption and
political interference.
Yes. Yeah, and political interference, and it pains me. I won't go into all the details except to say that Andy and I, as I said earlier, we know these people very well. I mean, these are people, I've been to their homes, they've been to my home. We're still in contact. We were colleagues, we were friends, we were brothers. In fact, let me just put up some of them. Here's one, Andy. I'm sure you know some of these people. That's former police commissioner New York, Commissioner Kelly, right there. And
with a red tie.
With that purple looking tie, right, and to the right, looking at the picture to the right, that you see that handsome fella right there, that's me right there.
Yes.
And then to the left of Commissioner Kelly, this gentleman here, General Labia, he a personal friend. He recently retired. He was in charge of the South African version of the FBI. A complete man, the consummate professional. Yeah. His name was mentioned in this investigation. Commission. Let me see who else is there. Here's another one, Nati Ntetwa. Knew this man on a personal level. He was a former minister of police, and then he went on to be the South African representative, or the South African
ambassador to France.
Ambassador to France. And he died recently. Some people say he was pushed out of the 20-something floor out of a hotel.
22nd floor, yes. Floor.
Yeah, he died, what, 2 months ago?
Yeah, 2 months ago.
And his name came up in the investigation that's ongoing right now. Another person that we had a relationship with. Here's my man, Becky Tele. This man,
the cowboy, yes.
Yeah, this man was when I met him, he had just he was just promoted from MEC, a political position in KwaZulu-Natal, one of the provinces, to become the police commissioner of the country. And he later became the minister of police, very powerful position, and he holds a very powerful position in the ANC as well. He recently testified because his name came up in the investigation. And here is a dear friend of mine, Shadrach Sibia, very, very dear friend of mine. His name came up, and he's under pressure right now.
Hey.
He's under a lot of pressure right now. Some people are saying that he's probably going to go to prison for some of the things that happened. Here's another friend of mine. This is the man who they're saying started the controversy, Makonazi. I remember, Andy, when he was deputy police commissioner. No, sorry, when he was acting police commissioner after Becky left. And there are some things that happened to him that shouldn't have happened. I won't repeat them on the program.
Yeah.
But again, he's a professional. And so when I look at all these people that we know, we love, we work with them, and I see them essentially, you know, charges and counter charges, and it pains me. It pains me because these men that I show, they're not idiots. These are the best that South Africa has to offer. I mean, these men could go to any country and lead police agencies. And so it hurts me to know and to see that. Oh, let me see if there's anybody else that I missed. It hurts to see all the fighting, everything that's going on with these. Oh, yeah, here's another one. How could I forget? Fanny Massimola. Knew Fanny when Fanny was a deputy. Fanny and I got along very well. And his name, he's now the police commissioner. He's getting ready to retire. But his name has been brought up in this investigation. And it's just a colossal mess. So I'll just move this and let Andy go ahead and talk to us about this Madlanga and make some connections to what's going on or what should happen in Jamaica, because Andy is very well aware of the political situation in Jamaica. Andy, please.
Let me be very brief, Will. The Madlanga Commission into corruption and political interference in law enforcement agencies, prosecution, as well as the judiciary.
One second, Andy. Kevin, just put Andy on center stage, please.
Yeah, I was just waiting on my screen to catch up with yours.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah. That commission is headed by a retired judge who was the deputy chief justice in the Constitutional Court of South Africa. Justice Madlanga, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, has two assessors on the left and on the right. He's been helped by evidence leaders. Now, this commission seeks to find out what the politicians have been doing to frustrate justice, to frustrate the police from taking down cartels, be them drug cartels, be them the construction mafia, be them the drug mafia, be them just organized crime syndicates. And we have picked up names. It's now public knowledge that General Sibia, Shadrach Sibia, one of our friends, Will, you know, I worked with him.
Keep going. I'll put him up.
You know, I worked with him at the provincial head office. General Sibia is seen to be the mastermind in facilitating for the organized crime syndicates to thrive without any investigation from a policing from the law enforcement agencies. And General Sibia is a deputy national commissioner. General Sibia's name has come before the parliamentary ad hoc committee that deals with police matters. His jacket was torn to pieces by those members of the portfolio committee. He could not explain some of the things that we have picked up. At the Madlanga Commission will, we have had the mastermind, a certain Mr. Vusi, Ket Matala, commonly known as John Wick. John Wick, for killing about 9 to 10 people, clearing in the tough wars, fighting for should it be the drug distribution or something like that. I'm talking to you now. Matala is in King Mampuru prison, Khosi Mampuru. The parliamentary ad hoc committee that's investigating corruption and political interference in the law enforcement agencies is going to sit with him there by the prison and find out how much has he paid Sibia. He at one stage 2 weeks back when the witnesses known as witness A, B, and C recorded Mr. Ket Matala from whence he was before or when they were going to arrest him. He told the nation that he bought 20 Impalas, 20 something like your, what do you call your Springboks?
Springboks.
Yeah.
Deer. They call them deer.
Yeah, the deer. Yeah, he bought 20 of them for General Sibia, and they died as a result of some diseases. He's bought farms for General Sibia. I think he has given General Sibia 2 million. At a certain stage, they took money in a plastic bag to General Sibia's office, and they dropped off that money in the loo that's in General Sibia's office in a waste bin, a huge amount of money, and General Mkhwanazi on the 6th of July called a press conference. That press conference that got the Madlanga Commission established and the ad hoc committee, and the Minister of Police is now suspended because the Minister of Police allegedly asked Mr. Ket Matala to fund his ambitions to become the president of the country. Just one big mess. And that minister is now suspended by the president.
Oh, let me put up his picture.
Yes. The Minister of Police, Mr. Senzo Mchunu.
There he is.
Yeah. Mr. Senzo Mchunu asked Ket Matala, the criminal, one of the big 5 in the cartel. Up to so far, we know the big 2. We are short of knowing in South Africa who the other 3 asked for them to be the big 5. So this gentleman that you're seeing is now a suspended Minister of Police. So he is the gentleman allegedly who requested financial backing from the cartel boss, the mafia boss, to fund his presidential campaign to become the president of the country. All this comes from that mafia boss and the investigations that came through. And I have been at the Madlanga Commission myself on a number of occasions to listen to the evidence and to do some analysis. Fortunately, the suspended minister has not been to the Madlanga Commission yet. The country is waiting with bated breath to listen to him talk at the Madlanga Commission. So let me stop short there and say, when evidence was led before the ad hoc committee by Bheki Cele through Minister Mchunu under the bus, and all of them have thrown the minister under the bus, including his chief of staff, Cedric Nkabinde. The past week, he was testifying at the ad hoc committee. He threw the minister under the bus. The minister said in March he didn't know a certain gentleman known as Brown Mokgotsi. Brown Mokgotsi is the fixer. The fixer was fixing for the minister. That gentleman, Brown Mokgotsi, gave evidence at Madlanga Commission this past week. I've never seen a man who lies like he did. A man who claimed to be working for intelligence. A man who would present himself as a person working in the office of the minister, when he was not even working for SAPS. So when you look at the two scenarios, when you compare the local situation in terms of interference and many of these things that have led to the establishment of the Madlanga Commission, and you look at Jamaica in terms of what we have been talking about, one is left with a certain belief that there must be a judicial commission of inquiry in Jamaica to look at the issue that we have seen of 1997, of Mr. Mental and the boxes and the ballots that disappeared. And we also look at what is happening in South Africa and say, if the Prime Minister is involved in thwarting many of the investigations, who can be the Ntanta, the General Mkwanazi in Jamaica, to call a press conference and say politicians are involved in criminality? We are left with a sense that says the people of Jamaica can take a leaf from the book of wisdom of Ntantam Kwanazi in terms of raising these issues, having had gone to parliament to say, this minister who is my boss is working hand in glove with criminals. And one of those criminals is Mr. Brown Mokgotsi. And the minister says, no, I don't know who that man is. When there was evidence that General Mkwanazi put before the country in the press conference of July the 6th, and actually proved beyond reasonable doubt that there were WhatsApp messages exchanged between the minister and Mr. Brown Mokgotsi, speaking to a number of the issues that were allegations that were put by General Ntantam Kwanazi. It becomes of interest to us to advise those countries like Jamaica to say law enforcement agencies, intelligence agencies must be used to unearth crooked politicians so that there can be relief and benefit for the criminal justice cluster, as well as the people of Jamaica.
Well, I'll tell you what. The Prime Minister is in South Africa, in Johannesburg. He's attending the G20 as we speak. And as I said earlier, we have some of our colleagues reporting on the activities there. Can you tell us about the attempts to have a sit down with the Jamaican Prime Minister in South Africa? Because, and the reason why I'm asking is because politicians generally hug the media space, especially when they travel, and local media would like to speak to them about what's going on, you know, their presence at a conference or whatever. They always have something to say. But it is my understanding that the Jamaican Prime Minister has no interest in speaking to local media or selected people in the media in South Africa. Can you talk to us about your efforts and others, the efforts of others to get a chance to speak to him?
Well, I have been told by some few journalists that they tried to reach the Jamaican High Commission with a specific interest in speaking to the president about the 28 bank accounts and many other issues. Unfortunately, it's hearsay. Unfortunately, the High Commission had no interest of connecting the president to the journalists or the people who were trying to reach the prime minister. As I have learned in the public and from some of the journalists who wanted to get hold of the minister. So I am going to assume that tomorrow the prime minister might have an appetite, or whoever is scheduling appointments for the prime minister, they might actually set up some discussions between the prime minister and the local media to address some of the serious issues that are happening in Jamaica, especially with the relief efforts after Melissa and all of those kinds of things. So long story short, I was disappointed that journalists couldn't get through to speaking to the prime minister, but like I said, maybe tomorrow on Sunday there will be an opportunity to speak to the prime minister.
If you could ask the prime minister, Andy, if you could ask the prime minister just one question, the high commissioner says, you know what, Mr. Mashail, yes, you can come and you can sit with him, but you can only ask one question. Ask a question, Andy.
I would ask the president with regard to the shenanigans that are going on in Jamaica from law enforcement agencies, from crime and corruption in Jamaica. In one question, I'm just giving the background to my questions. Crime and corruption in Jamaica, the relief efforts, the congregation of all institutions in one office, and then want the response that would speak to that issue or to those issues. Obviously, my question would be aimed at providing some relief, some understanding between the people of Jamaica and the people of South Africa from an experience point of view, as driven by leadership in South Africa, comparing it to leadership in Jamaica, from the president's office in South Africa as well as the prime minister's office in Jamaica. Do that comparison and allow the prime minister to respond with the issues that I've raised: crime and corruption, centralization of many other institutions in the office and the impact thereof, as well as look at what South Africa has done. The president having established a commission, and the key question would be, when is the president wishing and willing to establish a judicial commission of inquiry that will look at the allegations that have come through? And now that I have seen that there was a court pronouncement or a court decision with regard to tampering with the votes and elections and the ballots, I would ask the president, when is Jamaica establishing a judicial commission to look at all of the challenges and the weaknesses in Jamaica?
Okay. We're rejoined by JAMAICA. JAMAICA, I don't know if you've been listening, but do you have any questions for Andy?
Not question, but I'm happy that he was able to.
I can't hear you. Please raise the volume a bit.
Can't hear you.
Adjust your mic, JAMAICA.
Hold on a second. Is it better now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, that's good.
Lovely. Not question, but comment.
Yes,
Just to
sir.
commend you about how you were able to show the contrast between how a functioning country and system take care of discrepancy or criminal activities. And as you always said, call it as it is. And we're amongst criminals. And the longer we sit down and pretty it up and be diplomatic about it, it's the worse it becomes. It's like a sore on our skin that didn't get any treatment. And I'm happy that you were able to dish out doses of treatment and also ideas to empower Jamaican people how to deal with criminals and people who are crooked. So I just hope that the Jamaican people take what is being said here, not just this week, but each week, and actually put it into practice. So again, I appreciate you telling us, and also for Uncle Rattigan to bring it to the Jamaican people's attention. That
Let,
how South Africa did with things.
and let me just add that there are very few countries where, if any, where you can say there are no crimes. In fact, I'd struggle to think of one, but I'm just trying not to be absolute. Um, there are countries that have figured out a way to control crime because you can't eliminate crime because people are people and people are just susceptible to making mistakes. People are susceptible to doing things intentionally to benefit themselves. So things are going to happen. And South Africa, there is no denial that there's a crime problem in South Africa. No denial, because some people make the argument that, well, South Africa have all kinds of crime problems. Here's the thing. I give credit where credit is due. I can say without any fear of contradiction that South Africa is trying to do something about its crime problems. And they're not afraid to hold public officials accountable. Think about it, people. Think about it. They basically have the Jamaican the Jamaican version of the Minister of National Security on basically on trial right now. And they have, and it's not just him, but they have the commissioner, the Jamaican commissioner, the equivalent of the Jamaican commissioner on trial, and a whole host of officials on trial right now. It's a commission.
Let me interrupt you, Will. And we send the commissioner of police to jail. He's now passed on. Jackie Selebi. He went to jail for 15 years, and he got out because he was sickly. Yeah, go ahead. I just wanted to bring Jackie Selebi into the picture.
Right. So what I'm saying to people is that we're not saying South Africa is fine, because if South Africa is fine, then they wouldn't be having these commissions. We're not saying that. All we're saying is that, yes, they recognize they have a problem, but they're not afraid. They're not afraid of holding public officials accountable. Yes, there is corruption in South Africa. Yes, there's high unemployment. Yes,
and we're not afraid to die for justice. We are not afraid to die for justice.
Well, you have a history of doing that. You have a history of doing that, right? So, and we have a history, but recently we have forgotten that history. And so people just hear me and hear me carefully, that South Africa, they have a myriad of problems, but as far as the crime problem is concerned, they are trying. And think about it. When was the last time a government official? Two questions. When was the last time a government official, a Jamaican government official, went to prison in Jamaica? Question number two. How many Jamaican government officials have been to prison? And God knows, we know that they have committed so many crimes. We're going to talk about what we believe to be a criminal act committed by members of parliament. We're going to talk about it later on. We're going to show you the evidence, and we're going to say, well, why is this person not in prison? Like Andy was asking, why is it that this gentleman who was involved with voter irregularity, why wasn't he charged? And the list goes on and on and on and on and on. So people, South Africa is trying, and like Andy said, I wish Jamaica could take a page out of that book and say, we are going to do something about it. And if you really want to send a strong message about your desire to address the crime problem, start with your politicians, start with your people of influence, start with the elites, because guess what? Don't for a moment think that they don't commit crimes. Do not think that they don't come. When you go to the prisons in Jamaica, you'll never see any one of those. You'll never see an influential member of society. You'll never see a politician. You'll never see an elite. You will not see those people in prison. Who you see in prison is the people that they come from the place behind me. Those are the people going to prison. So
Go
ahead.
Let me add, Will. There are crimes in South Africa that are committed by people, including the so-called celebrities, including the so-called officials, including the so-called presidents. You know, there was an investigation of President Ramaphosa about the millions, 580,000 US dollars that were found in his couches, in his kitchen cupboards, and many other places. We know that there was an investigation of the president. They even went to Namibia to arrest the suspects that broke into the president's farm, Pala, to steal that money. In South Africa, we will go after you. All of these people in Jamaica who are doing these things, they're fortunate that they don't have people like some of us, people like the Ntantam Kwanazis of the world, people like the General Libya from the Directorate of Priority Crimes, DPCI, the Hawks. They are just fortunate. But I am happy to say they might think that they own the process, they own the matrix, like these crooked police officers. They thought that they are owning the matrix, they are in charge of the matrix, and the people will be dulled continuously and distracted. What Ntantam Kwanazi did, he shifted the paradigm and everything reverted to zero. That's why you see they have sleepless nights now. The people like the Brown Mokhotsis, the fixers, were struggling and are struggling to put a narrative that would legitimize crime and why top officials do it. So long story short, the people of my second favorite country and Jamaica have a responsibility and an obligation to make sure that criminals belong in jail. It doesn't matter who the criminal is or the suspect is. If the prime minister is a suspect to money laundering, to corruption, and many other forms of crimes, construction mafia, the water mafia, and the drug mafia, the suspects must be given an opportunity to be borrowed bangles, your handcuffs, and they would need to appear before the court of the law and explain that they explain the source of their wealth to the people of Jamaica through the courts. If they can't explain where they get the money from, then they should rot in jail. End of story. There's no way about it. We can't beat about the bush about issues of crime, corruption, and general criminality, be it human trafficking, facilitating arms trafficking. You know, in the Western Cape, Will, there is a gang warfare going on there. Some of the rogue police officials who were supposed to destroy the guns that were taken from criminals, selling those guns to the gangs down in the Western Cape. Those police officers are rotting in jail now. So long story short, don't think that South Africa is the land of saints. No, there are saints and sinners in this country, and some of us are not going to just fold our arms and enjoy the movie. No, we will actively participate in bringing down organized crime syndicates.
And may I add just a little, just to say, Jamaicans, look at the size of South Africa in comparison to Jamaica, right? And look at the impact and the effectivity. Yes, crime will always exist, but it exists even more when there's large-scale inequality and illiteracy, right? And again, it spreads even more when we don't call criminals criminals. It's like seeing a dog and wishing that it was a cat. We need to give them proper title. You see, just like how they force this honorable on us and on themselves and push it on us, we need to tell them this is your title. You're a criminal, right? Because you're doing criminal activities. So if it smells like a dog, look like a dog, call it a dog as it is.
Yeah. Or as we say, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, looks like a duck, we know it's not a chicken. So
certainly not.
yeah. Hey, Andy, look, wanna thank you for stopping by. I know you're busy. I know you have your interviews on SABC and other platforms tomorrow, and it's late there now. It's 11:47. So I just wanna thank you for stopping by, sharing your thoughts, your ideas with us, and sharing your analysis as well. And wish you all the best. But before you go, leave us with something that we should ponder.
Will the wise win before they fight, while the ignorant fight to win? The wise win before they fight, whilst the ignorant fight to win. And he who wins continuously set up his plans in his chamber, whilst the ignorant goes out into the battlefield hoping that the adversary is tired, and the wise would be first on the battleground. So we have a responsibility to be first on the battleground of justice against criminality. When we do so, we will win, because criminals would react and they will be finding us on the battlefield of justice. There will be hills behind us for cover. There will be swamps behind us to stop the marches of the crooked. And the crooked will then fall. And we have a responsibility here as we talk to know and accept that we need to adopt a better method in the war against crime and criminality.
Thank you, sir. Kevin, anything for Andy before he makes his leave?
Always an enlightening pleasure when you pop in, Andy. Much love to you and the family as always. Stay safe. Looking forward to a follow up where hopefully you get to have a chat to the Prime Minister tomorrow. I don't know. It might be wishful thinking on my part, of course, but and after hearing you on this program tonight, I can tell you you'll never get anywhere close. So, but I wish you for you anyway. All the best. Much
Andy,
love.
make that phone call, Andy. Make that phone call to the High Commission tomorrow and say, hey, listen, we're still here. We want to talk to the Prime Minister.
You know what we do, Will? We give that assignment to the executive producers of shows. We know that some of us might not be in the good books of the High Commission. and we ask the producers and the journalists and the editors to say, hey, get hold of this very, very important man, this VVIP, and ask about the 28 bank accounts. So I am sure when they call the High Commission, those who did, and they wanted to talk about the 28 bank accounts, and I'm definitely certain that the person sitting at the reception realized that, hey, if I can make something happen here, I'm out of a job. So let's hope that tomorrow SABC will be able to reach once again the High Commission or get an audience with the Prime Minister so that when I go to speak at 5 p.m. On the program called Connecting the Dots, we would have at least spoken to the Prime Minister, and or the producers would have had an opportunity to do so. You saw I wrote to Johnny Sayo. I send you that screenshot from IOL. So I'm not sure as to whether he was able to make some follow-ups with the High Commission once again.
That's right. Yeah. Hey, look, things have changed because I remember the days, Andy, when the Jamaican High Commission, the office itself, they didn't have any contacts in South Africa, and they would come to me, they would come to you and say, listen, we need to meet with the Minister of Finance, Minister of this, Minister of that. And I said, fine, no problem. I'll make the phone call and I'll get you in the meetings.
Yeah.
And the ones that I couldn't facilitate, I asked you and you facilitated them. And they were successful. And that's why they kept coming back to us. And now we see a turnaround where we're asking, so we want to talk to you. And they're like, no. We're not interested in talking to you at this time.
Yeah.
So that's where we are. Hey, look, Andy, thank you so much. Please, my regards to your lovely young wife and all of our colleagues, including the People's Poet. Please give him my regards. All right.
I want to quickly thank Mr. Mashahele as well. Thank you for showing us the contrast between how South Africa takes care of issues and Jamaica take care of issues. And I hope that we have learned enough today. And I hope to be a wise man, as you illustrated today what a wise man is. I continue to be humble and learn from those who have a lot to teach. So thank you again. And thank you also for mentioning assistance for the Jamaican people. Thank you. Have a great one.
All right, Andy. I look like Andy is frozen. Andy, I'll talk to you later. Take care, my brother. Be well. Let me move, Andy. All right, folks, guess what? We're joined by none other than my outspoken friend, the man who no hold back at all, Patrick Beckford, and we're going to talk about the assistance that the collaboration will provide to the Jamaican people. The collaboration with Patrick and his extensive networks and our outreach as well, along with the shipper, E&W Shipping. Earl Walker. Let me bring on Patrick. But Patrick, before we do, no man, you can continue reading. Here's what I just want to quickly do, because we're pressed for time, and I want everybody, I want the maximum amount of people to hear what you have to say. And JAMAICA, please don't leave, because this is help coming your way. And I don't know if you know that Patrick is from Falmouth. So Patrick is from Falmouth. So you live in Falmouth. So yeah, right. So we'll work things out. But here's what happened, folks. We started out this, today, we talked about ODPEM and all of that, but then we got into the Prime Minister's election in 1997 that spilled over in 1998. If you remember, the election was in December 1997, and it was run like 3 times. And the last one was in June of 1998, 6 months later before he took his seat, amidst a host of election violations. Now, I want to show you something, because I quickly want to run through this. I want to make the connection between 1997 and 2025. Now, as you're aware, Mr. Hugh Wildman filed a petition on behalf of Mr. Paul Buchanan. Mr. Paul Buchanan was the Prime Minister's opponent in this past election. And I've read the document. And when I read the document, I might as well have been reading the 1997, although the 1997 was a lot more things, but this one has a lot as well. Now, here's what I want to show you, and see if you can make the connection. I'm going to show you one document, and I want to give you about, let's say 15 seconds to just look at this document. 15 seconds to look at this document, and then tell me what you think. Panelists, tell me what you think. Kevin, don't say anything, because you know, don't say a word. All right.
What I want to address have nothing to do with what you're going to show. So,
all right, here we go. You want to address it first, or you want me to show the document?
No. Well, yes. Let me quickly address this. Eva Dennis, greetings. Welcome to the platform, because clearly you're new. First of all, please understand that anybody that you're inviting to come on this platform to be a disruptor, distractor, or disrespecter, any of them, this thing there. This is not a political platform by no stretch of the imagination. It's called a university because we're learning here. And some of the things that we're learning are, everything that we're learning is to make Jamaica a better Jamaica. Not the country that you see, but the people that you see in the country. That comes with knowledge. For those who lack knowledge, we lack wisdom in short order. So we'd end up doing foolish things. One of the engagement norms is that you participate constructively and actively listen. If your participation is going to be bringing wrong information and asking questions to lead us down a path that we don't want to go, then don't say anything. Few quick things. Nobody on this panel went to Kingston College. None of us. Well, okay. Patrick, yes. You just joined us. That don't count. And, condolences on your attendance to the wrong side of North Street. You probably knew my father, though. But the Rattigan did not go to Kingston College and has never said that he went to Kingston College. And his interest has always been in things relating to law and order. Hence, the career in the FBI. Now, you have two eyes. I want you to open them and look. You can find information. You can Google him, search for him. And if all that fails, reach out and ask him a question. When you assume, you make asses out of you and you.
You and you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Professor. Now, folks, I'm going to share this document. Now, I had my notes here, and I can't find them because I have so many notes around here. But I used to go Meadowbrook, so I used to go Balmaji. I'm gonna come from Water, so we're smart. We are smart people. We can't deal with them things because we're prepared. So here's a document I want to show you. 15 seconds. I go and count on, and then I'm gonna just ask my panelists to tell me where am I going with this. All right, and all 1,600, almost 1,700, calling the friends and family members and neighbors and even people you not talk to. Tell them to tune into this program right now. And as OT and Jonah will kill me, but them now kill me. Them will love me now. Cause go like, share, and subscribe. Because those words I don't mention them at all. So Kevin not give me the idea. Like, share, and subscribe to the program, people. Here's a document. All right, we went more than 15 seconds. Well, that's all right. All right, I'm gonna move the document. All right, who got KC? Who said them got KC on the thing? Who got bright people? Let me know. Me ask the KC man. Where I go with this, Patrick?
You're muted.
Muted.
You find it?
Yeah, I find it. Sorry. Now, first of all, what is constitute? That's just, there's on top of it. It's
a constitution. It's a constitution.
Yeah.
Let me show you. No, hold on.
Maybe.
Hang on.
Constitute.
Hold on, let me show you. This is what 71. Hold on. All right, let me show you. There you go. It's a constitution.
Okay.
In this constitution, it's a Jamaican constitution.
Okay.
But we're at section 71. So I want you to tell me where you think And you don't have to worry about getting it wrong, you know.
No. My think of it, my thought of it is I'm just probably using my civics for young Jamaica background.
That's a good start. That's a very good start.
What I remember, I made this statement on a broadcast with somebody, and I in talking about the Constitution, I said, any member of Parliament, and I made that submission to the Joint Select Committee in 2009, when we're talking about vote for the diaspora, and I've argued against Jamaicans as a diaspora voting, and I use a statement, not verbatim, but I said none of us for that time ever imagined we have an African American or Black president. If 5 years ago we'd say that, we said no, that will never happen in America. At that time, Barack Obama was the president.
Right.
And I said the United States has a rule, it's called you have to sign up for selective service as a citizen, even as a green card holder.
True.
And if there is a draft, a mandatory draft, and you are a citizen of the United States, no matter who you are, where you are, and your number come up, you are gonna have to go to war or whatever conflict. And I use that to say that because then I said that if any one of us become MP as a United States citizen, because remember, any MP, all 63 of them are eligible to become prime minister, because he has to demonstrate to the government, he or she, that he or she can command the majority in parliament. That's how we don't elect a prime minister. We have a selected prime minister. That's what the Constitution says, and a legal scholar can debate that. So I'm just thinking that you're saying that if the man that get no seat, he can become prime minister.
Ding 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 ding. Hey, get him on that star. Get him on that star.
Hey, at the right side of that.
No, hold on. Understand? I'm not talking about civics, people. Yeah. Understand what I'm not talking about now. So these are necessary elements for you to know to function effectively, not just function, but effectively in Jamaica. Patrick is absolutely correct. Here's where I'm going with it, people. See what it says, and I'll show you. And by the way, I'll show you who the real God is. I'll show you who, and I challenge all of the scholars. Me, I don't know scholar upon the Jamaican Constitution, but me can read. And them can read better than me. Right? I'm a challenge them understanding. Look at what it says here. This is section 71 of the Constitution. It says the office of the Prime Minister shall become vacant when? If he resigns his office, that's one. And we know that the current Prime Minister is not going to resign. Two, if he ceases to be a member of the House of Representatives otherwise than by a dissolution of Parliament. So when they dissolve Parliament, they don't have a prime minister. When they dissolve Parliament, that's what this is saying. It's saying all I will start out with nothing, right? We're running at the election. It says, other than that, if he ceases to be a member of the House of Representatives. Now, I'm going to make a special call out now to Minister Tufton and all of the people in the ruling party who are desirous of leading Jamaica. Get out on a long knife, start sharpening them right now. And listen, me never not telling you nothing, no. Because me know not do this already. Because from Paul Buchanan sent that petition to the court, here is what's liable to happen, people. And I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you the petition. What happened in the Paul Buchanan case is simply this. The constituted authority, and those of you who've been watching, you learn now, you know about the constituted authority. They are the only ones who can bring an election petition to the election court in the Supreme Court. There's a special section they call election court. And they are only supposed to pass on the affidavits, to just say, okay, we see in the affidavit that you have made out a complaint, and the complaint seems verifiable. So therefore, we're just going to file this action in the election court for you. They are not supposed to determine the admissibility or the quality or the weight of the evidence. They're not supposed to look at that. You know who's supposed to do that? The election court. The court now is going to say, okay, Mr. Paul Buchanan, I see where you say, you know, there was double voting. Let's have some witnesses. Let's do, and then they go through that process. The constituted authorities' only mandate is once a losing candidate approaches the body and say, look, I'm complaining because I was robbed. They're going to say, where are your affidavits saying you were robbed? And once you give them an affidavit and they read it and say, yeah, I was robbed, and here is Mr. Brown who says he's a witness, blah, blah, blah. Their only responsibility at that point, their only responsibility at that point is to file the petition on your behalf, because you can't file it on your behalf with the election court. They file it for you. They file it for you. That's their only responsibility. Well, you know what they did in this year's election when Mr. Paul Buchanan appealed to them? They said, well, this evidence is not proven. This one, we don't believe this. This one, guess who's supposed to do that? The election court. And there is plenty of evidence to back that up. There are plenty of court cases all over the Commonwealth to back that up. And guess what, my people? One of the main cases to back it up is Blake versus Holness. The same case we talked about, go back in 1997. The same argument that Paul Buchanan is using right now. Guess what? The Prime Minister used that same argument in 1998. He used the same argument. He went before the constituted body authority, and then he went to the election court. The same argument that they used. They're using it now against him. What go round, come round. So it's going to be difficult now for a judge to say, well, I don't see it. And I guarantee you, if this judge does it, what's going to happen is this. There's going to be an appeal. There's going to be an appeal because I've read the thing. And at the very least, it should go to the election court. Let the election court says, we don't see the violation, with the evidence is not credible. That is their province. It is not the province of the constituted authority. And that is the main argument that Mr. Hugh Wildman made this past Monday. And in his filings, he said they have no authority to make a finding about the quality, the weight, and the admissibility of the evidence. That for a court, they're not a court. They're retired. Some of them are retired judges, but they're not. I think some of them are, but they're not a court. They're not a court. So here's what's likely to happen, and then we're going to get into the case. Here's what's likely to happen. If, mark my words, people, if, and I hope Minister Tufton and all of the people who secretly desire to become Prime Minister, I say secretly, well, it's public knowledge for some of them, they're making their plans. Because here's what's going to happen. If the court says the election in the Prime Minister's constituency is declared null and void, guess what happened, people? You see 71B, that comes into effect. We have no Prime Minister and we have no MP in that constituency. None. So guess what happened now? Minister Tufton and the rest of them who want to be Prime Minister, they now will have to say to the Governor General, here is somebody that we believe we have the confidence in to lead the party and become Prime Minister and run the country. That's how it works. 71B, if they declare null and void, Jamaica can have no Prime Minister and Jamaica cannot function with a Prime Minister. Now, some people might think that them wise and say, well, we have a Deputy Prime Minister. Well, guess what? That is not a constitutional position.
No.
There's no provision in the Constitution for a Deputy Prime Minister. A Deputy Prime Minister can only exist if you have a Prime Minister. Yeah. If you don't have a prime minister, that deputy can't act because it's not in the constitution.
And the acting prime minister, you can't vote in an active.
You cannot. So
Unless
this
the
is
prime
what
minister is ill.
yeah. So if the prime minister is absent or the prime minister is ill, then you can have an acting prime minister. But if there's no prime minister, you can't have an acting. No, they have to get one. So right away, the JLP party will now have to say, hey, we could take a vote, we could get a name, we could get the governor general. But here's the catch. Here's a real bro God. Go further down in the country. It says, listen to this. The prime minister doesn't, they said that the prime minister's seat is vacant when after any dissolution of parliament, the prime minister is informed by the governor general acting in his discretion that the governor general is about to reappoint him as prime minister or appoint another person as prime minister. So if them come back and say, well, it's a dissolution, so B not really this one where this one here not really this one B 71A B because it says other than a dissolution, and you're saying no, it's a dissolution. So therefore, we have a prime minister. Well, guess what? The real bro God now under D can say, no, me don't want him. I don't want him as prime minister. I don't want him as, and then also look at two. If the House of Representatives by an affirmative majority, a vote of a majority, say that they don't want, say that the appointment of the prime minister ought to be revoked. Let's say the prime minister say, I'm not going anywhere, and them say, no, you have to leave, man, right? And they take a vote, and the majority of the members of parliament say, no, he must go. Guess what? The governor general is going to revoke his appointment. You see what the real bro God do?
Yeah.
The governor general going to revoke. See it right there, so. Oh, we can't highlight it. It's it right there under 2. And this under the broad seal, revoke his appointment. Right? Then here's another way it can go now. If them say we want to get rid of him, right? The governor general can go to the prime minister. And the prime minister have 3 days to say, I'm not going to turn in my resignation or anything like that. What I want you to do, and I don't want it to be revoked. What I want you to do, I want you to dissolve parliament. The governor general can do that. And can say, I'm going to dissolve parliament. And when you dissolve parliament, you know you have a new election.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot of problems going on here, people. A lot of problems, because if it's declared null and void, no prime minister. No, let me show you know where I gonna be the problem. Kevin, no, my virgin Tigo did that. I said, why I'm not having it up already? What Tigo? Hold on, Kevin, hold on there. Oh, wait, Kevin. May I look for the I just hit a button a while ago, and I think I may have election. Oh, here it is. Election. Paul Buchanan. All right. You gonna worry yourself, my brother. We have it up, man. You know, so when I hit round, I say, you know, Sita. Sita people. Paul Buchanan and the constituted authority. No, we'll skip the legal part of it. We'll skip it. At some other point, if you're interested, people can walk you through it and show you what the law says about all of these things. No, look on this. This is where the thing they are complaining about, you know, Mr. Buchanan. Look at this. Double voting as well as people impersonate. Deviation from the agreed transport route. Keep in mind what I tell you. They only need one. They only need one. But they have more than one. They have several. I could go down somewhere. Huh? Voter intimidation. And we're going to go down and show you some things with voter intimidation. Intimidation inside the polling station. Masked men jump the fence and come inside of the place. More intimidation. Now, I could go down some more and show you something. Sita, one person went to the presiding officer and said, my ballot spoiled, but him threw it in the ballot box. And then the presiding officer gave him another ballot and him vote and threw it in the ballot box. 2 votes in the ballot box. And we don't know about the first. We don't know. We don't know. That's one, right? Here's another one. This is another polling division where them go to the presiding officer and said, my ballot spoiled. But if your ballot spoiled, your ballot's supposed to go in a different area. And there are procedures when your ballot is spoiled. And that wasn't followed. Them drop it in the box, and then them give them a ballot, and then them vote and then drop it in again. And we have people testifying through affidavits on that. There it is. Sita. See it again. You see it, let me show you the highlighted area right also at the top. See where it says again right here. Again, I saw a presiding officer giving someone a second ballot after the person said that their ballot was spoiled, although the ballot went inside the box. The second ballot was completed and placed into the ballot box. That alone is enough to void the election. But it gets worse. Look at this. Some men came over the wall and invaded the police station. So what she did? She left. She left. Here's another one where somebody said they saw large crowds gathering. Oh, by the way, again, just for the interest of time, I won't go through the law, but there's a law in the representation of there's a provision in the Representation of People Act, and it says you cannot have a large gathering less than 100 meters from a polling station. That's the law. Kevin, which part there? Let me show them that one there, Kevin. Wait there, Kevin. From last.
That's the Roper Act, all right?
Yeah, the Roper Act. The one from last week. Yeah. Oh, here it is. Look on this video, people. This is in the Prime Minister's constituency. Now, remember what I said. The law says you cannot have a large gathering less than 100 meters from a polling station. You cannot. It's a violation. That is enough to just say, no, I could get rid of this election. Let's do it over. Take a look at this video in the Prime Minister's constituency. Look at this video. You see where the soldier and the police, that's where the polling station is. Right there. To your left. The police and the soldier them stand up in front of the polling station. Is that 100 meters? That's not 100 meters. That's not 100 meters. And Kevin Johnson said when a ballot is spoiled, it is pierced with a pencil and kept in the envelope. It's right. It's put in a separate in an envelope, and then the envelope is put inside the ballot box so that they know, okay, in this envelope, there's spoiled ballots. But that wasn't the case. It was dropped inside and then they voted again. So that there's this 100-meter rule. Then there's another one where they were campaigning on election day. They had loudspeakers. They had the candidates' pictures. People are talking, carrying on, drinking rum, playing. You can't do that on election day. And especially in front of the polling station or near the polling station, you can't do that. You can't do that.
Were they giving out money as well?
What happened, those people have to come. We have videos of people saying that, but those people are not going to come now.
Oh.
The people who said we receive funds, but they're not going to come now. But here's the thing. Those videos will become those videos will become evidence when there is a hearing in the election court. Because guess what? When you go to the constituted authority, the only evidence that's required, affidavits. That's the only thing you have to show. You don't show videos, you know, play an audio tape, nothing. Them just say, give it to us on paper, give with somebody swearing that they saw something. No, I don't think that's a good law. I think it should be more than that. Because anybody can put on anything from paper, but that's the law. They said that the only thing we require is that you put it on paper, and then that's it.
I guess we need to propose amendment then.
Yep. It is the persons were not in a queue. It's where I saw large crowds of persons wearing green shirts immediately outside the polling station and also across the street. That's a video I just played. The persons were not in a queue waiting to cast their ballot, but were gathered in a disorderly manner, making noise, drinking rum, and playing music. That is a violation. That is a clear violation. Here it is, another one. Contingent of persons on both sides of the road, blocking the road, loud music, truck, large song, loud music from a truck. The truck wrapped in green and bearing the image of the JLP candidate and member of parliament. That's a no-no. You can't do that. Some of the agents, they run away. Here's another one, St. Stephen's Basic School. Lots of people were wearing branded with JLP and the candidate's image on the shirt. They were not lining up. They were drinking, smoking, carousing, loud music, noisy atmosphere of JLP party songs, and people in green shouting at people in orange shirts. That's intimidation as well. That is not going to work. Then transportation of the boxes. The Mr. Buchanan's agent was not allowed to transport the boxes. He was not allowed. In fact, the boxes were given to somebody else who was not authorized to have the boxes, and they had to follow behind, and they lost for a few minutes. They lost them. They went a different route than the route that they agreed on. Let me go down further and say, here it is right here. Along Olympic Way, we lost sight of the vehicle transporting boxes for 3 to 5 minutes. And remember, they went to a place that they weren't supposed to go. Initially, they went, because if you read this thing, you see that they said the police escort in the boxes deviated. Here it is right here. Here it is right here. The police escort in the boxes deviated, keyword, deviated from the route that was previously agreed with the returning officer. And them go up Headley Avenue, down Seaward Drive, down Olympic Way, to the police station. Tita. And I don't think the police station was not the counting station. And they went there. No, I know this area because I used to live there, right? You see that road that they took? That's right in the heart of the support for the Prime Minister. To wild that. Heart. And they were coming from what I've been told, they were coming from over a place called Jerusalem, which is the bastion of support for Mr. Buchanan. And also, if you remember, people, as we were watching it, with 87, I think it was 87 boxes counted, and I think they had like 115, something like that. 87 counted. Mr. Buchanan was leading by a couple of hundred, and then there was a blackout. You remember the blackout? There's a blackout. Yep. They couldn't get no report from what's going on. And then when it came back, they said, oh, the Prime Minister is leading by 2,000 votes.
More than what, Ken?
What was that, Kevin?
More than what is in the ballot.
Exactly. Exactly.
Makes sense.
See, there's another one here. Bungling, unruly behavior. People couldn't work. We have people running away. See here, right here, as we walk through the crowd of JLP supporters on the school compound and outside the school gate, I saw some of them wearing black ski masks. I felt scared, so I held on to Marsha's hand and looked straight ahead as we went through the sea of labor rights. Right? So all of this is the election court will have to decide, is this... look at this. The last set of, this is key, the last set of boxes that I saw leave the school were the boxes for polling division 52, 51, and the one from the classroom beside mine. The EOJ man wearing a blue shirt was putting the boxes in the vehicle that he drove. The EOJ man told everybody to leave. I was going to say Kevin. Mr. Kevin, you did down there, go with them things, but it's a Kelvin, the JLP councillor candidate, was there at the time with him. He said, have the boxes in the custody of the EOJ man and Kelvin. So Mr. Buchanan person wasn't there. There it is right there. This is a clear breach of paragraph 4410A of the ROPA, as she was denied access to transport the boxes on behalf of the applicant as the applicant's agent. And it goes on and on. Here it is. I don't want to bore you guys with the, actually it's not even a bore. It's more like going through the stuff with you. Oh, look at this. You see the case where them used though. The upshot of the decision in Blake versus Holness is that on a proper construction of 37E, any irregularity which would lead to a substantial distortion or subversion of the process of free and fair elections, whether or not it affected the wishes of a majority.
Share the document. Share the document, Rebel. Share the document. Share the document as you read it.
Oh, sorry. Sita. The upshot of the decision in Blake versus Holness. When you remember me showing that one there, right? Kevin, election. Well, let me just show them something in the election. Hold on a second. Is it here? Representation of the people. I want to show them the Election Petitions Act. Is it here? Is it in this one, or is it in?
Yeah, it's in PM.
It's in PM.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me see if I see it. I just want to show them ROPA. Extract. Oh, elections petition extract. Okay. So me can't do without Kevin and no people. Last without Kevin. If Kevin not there, I'm not doing no program. Here's a law. There are two laws that govern this situation: the Election Petitions Act and the Representation of People Act. Now, for this one here, let me show you what it says. It says, here it is. The election, let me make it bigger. The election court shall have the power to hear applications by way of originating motion from the constituted authority, right? To declare in relation to such applications that the taking of the poll is void or that the taking of the poll is not void, right? That is the election court, that is their responsibility, not the constituted authority. And it goes on to say, and the beauty about it is that it takes 6 months for them to wrap up all of this stuff. And the election court, once they hear the matter, within 2 days, they deliver their decision. So you see, them now fool around, right? All right. Now here is where Mr. Buchanan is making the argument. It says right here, the constituted 37, the constituted authority subject to section 38 applied to the election court, blah, 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 blah. And here are the grounds that the constituted authority can go to them on your behalf as a candidate. Skip A. Let's go to B, because we'll go to the ones where really apply. B, that ballot boxes have been stolen or destroyed or have been tampered with. See that? And then they go on to say on the they have a caveat right here, which says that the number on the list of electors must be more than the difference in the number of votes casted for the person who won. That's why in 1997, when the Prime Minister won with 150 something, it never make any sense, because in some of the ballot boxes, he lost by over 300 votes. So that never make any sense. So here's where we go. I'm going to show you the key, the one that they're using. They won't use C, because he's talking about where you put somebody under duress. And they're not alleging that. Here's one they're alleging: that votes have been polled by persons who are not bona fide electors. And they've made that out. They say people who voted shouldn't vote. And here is the big one. This is the big one. This is the standard that came out in the Blake versus Holness case in 1997. It says that if you have violence or if you have irregularity during election day in one or more polling stations or polling divisions in any electoral division or constituency, meaning anywhere you have it on election day, which would lead, remember I told you about that term of art, that legal term of art, substantial distortion or subversion of the process of free and fair election. So what they're saying is that if you have somebody who vote twice, that's a subversion of the process of free and fair election. It's not fair. It can't be fair if you have somebody voting, because they said that the principle is one man, one vote. Same man, same vote. One man, one vote, same man, same vote. Meaning that you can only vote one time. You can only vote one time. So this is the one that they're using. Now, I'm gonna go back again. Well, Kevin said there now. Kevin said there now. PM. PM it said again, Kevin.
PM.
Okay. Let me go back to the representation of people act. Hold on. Okay, Roper. Oh no, this is no. Give me the one, Kevin. The one, the extract.
It's above the pictures.
Just above the pictures. Roper extract. Again, can't do without Kevin, people. Can't do without him. See that? So we show you the law a while ago, the Elections Petitions Act, that says that as long as you have a substantial or subversion of the free and fair exercise of the election, it's null and void. And just I'll show you some of the provisions of this law that govern, right? Just some of them, not all of them. Let me see if did I hold on, let me see. Okay, all right. Let me show you. All right, here's one. No elector it is right there. No elector shall vote more than once in the same constituency at the same election, nor in more than one constituency on the same day. One man, one vote, same man, same vote. And we have two instances where somebody voted at least twice that we know of. That's enough to declare it null and void. Let me see what else there is. And this is the sealing thing where we are talking about a while ago. And this is how they return the boxes, which Mr. Buchanan's people are saying that they weren't done properly. All right. Now, what is the issue in the case that Mr. Buchanan is bringing? His issue is this, simply this: whether or not the constituted authority had the authority to determine the weight, the admissibility, the quality of the evidence. That's it. That's all. And remember, we show you the chart that says there are two ways you can go to the constituted authority. The constituted authority can do it on its own, where them say, we believe that there was impropriety over here, and so them can ask for evidence. Or a losing candidate can go to them. And the losing candidate only have to show affidavits. And then they are required at that point to just give it to the election court. Here it is. 52A. Follow me, my people. Let me draw some line and see what one. See it right there, sir. It says the constituted authority may, on its own merit, on its own motion, or at the request of the candidate, right there, sir, make an application under that section to the election court to have the poll declared void. And here's what it has to do. If the constituted authority, that body that will hear the complaint from the losing candidate, it says if they're going to do it on their own, nobody's petitioning them. They just look around or they hear that there was voting irregularity. Here's what they do. It says right here, on its own motion, request a returning officer to furnish it with such reports as necessary to determine that an application ought to be made. So this is when them can do it on their own. Now here is where you do it when a losing candidate come to you. Here it is. A candidate who is desirous of having the constituted authority make an application on his behalf to the election court shall, within 14 days of the taking of the poll, here it is, make such request and shall furnish the constituted authority with such evidence on which he relies. And what is that evidence? Right here, which shall be by affidavit. See it right there, some people. See it here. Them not ask for no video. Them not ask for no audio. Them not ask for no person. Nobody will come and testify to them. Them say just put it on a piece of paper and have somebody swear to it. And that's all we need. It's right there. And it says, so that the constituted authority may determine whether an application ought to be made. So once you give them that thing and them look and them see where you say, somebody voted twice. Their job is not to say who voted twice, who witnessed it, when, what time did the vote take place. None of that. As long as you put in that application that somebody voted twice, that's the end. They're supposed to send it up to the election court. That is the big problem right there. Oh, all right. Here's another one. Remember I told you I just showed you the video where people are congregate? Here it is right here. Subject to the provision of subsection 2, during the hours when the poll is open up on election day, no person shall assemble or congregate or have in his possession any weapon or noxious substance which is capable of inflicting or causing injury. You can't have none of that. Where? Within 100 meters of any premises in which is situated any polling station. See it right there, sir? 100 meters. See it, yeah? And we have them 100 inches away from the place. 100 inches. You can't do this, people. You can't do this. I'm going to go down and see if I circle anything else for now. Oh, here's another one. Again, here's another 100 meters requirement. During the hours that the poll is open upon election day, no person shall upon any public road or in any public place within 100 meters of the premises in which a polling station is situated seek to influence any elector to vote for any candidate or to ascertain for what candidate any elector intends to vote or has voted. No, it says seek to influence. Now, if you have a big crowd of people wearing green and you are come down there with your orange t-shirt, you where you gonna do? Where you gonna do? Where you gonna do?
And also somebody who, you know, want to vote for the first time and not sure, when them say all of that excitement, that's influence.
Here's another one. No person shall during an election call together, hold or address any election meeting, or hold an election march or election motorcade in any public place unless you get authorization to do so. And we know them never do that. We know that. People, this thing is just rigged. Let me see. Oh, you don't know. The people who jump the fence and threaten the people. Here it is. Every person who directly or indirectly by himself or by any other person on his behalf makes use of or threatens to make use of any force, violence, or restraint, or inflicts or threatens to inflict by himself or by any person any temporal or spiritual injury. So them are going to obey you. Them can't say them are going to obey you. See that? Spiritual injury. So damage. Let me see what else there. Hold on. Not finished yet. Here it is. Harm or loss upon or against any person in order to induce or compel such person to vote or refrain from voting. And it goes on this. You can't do this. It shall be guilty of, here it is, shall be guilty of undue influence. You're right here. Let me see what else is here. So, all right, here's another one. Every person who at an election applies for a ballot paper in the name of another person, that's one, whether that name be the name of a person living or dead, or of a fictitious person, here's the key. Or who, having voted once at any election, applies at the same election for a ballot paper in his own name, shall be guilty of personation. The man who voted twice. You cannot do it. It's not permissible. Again, this is enough to cast doubt on the. Oh, here's another one. Every person who is guilty of personation or of aiding, abetting, counseling, or procuring the commission of the offense of person shall be guilty. So if you do it, it's a criminal offense. Here's another one. Every officer, clerk, and agent in attendance at a polling station shall maintain and aid in maintaining the secrecy of the voting in such station. One of the things I didn't show you was that a person came in to vote, and a witness said that the person approached somebody an official in the center, and the official went behind the curtain with the person and show them how to vote. That people that no. You see how many examples we're going already? And remember what the rules say. And here it is. Every officer, clerk, and agent in attendance at the counting of the vote shall maintain in the secrecy of the voting. And look, and should not communicate any information obtained as such counting as to the candidate for whom is vote. We don't know if the person did this. Look at 3. No person shall directly or indirectly induce any voter to display his ballot paper after he has marked it so as to make known to any person the name of the candidate. There is an allegation that the person knew, the official knew the person voted for. Let me move it. No, people want to see what we are talking about. Look at how many violations. Remember what the law says. 1. They only need 1. And we've given you many. And I can tell you as I sit here that I haven't given you all. I haven't given you all. By no means should you think that the list I've given you is exhaustive. It's comprehensive. No, there are more events that I didn't talk to you about. Because Patrick is here and we want to get Patrick in the conversation and things like that.
Yeah.
So, gentlemen, want to think?
And listen, one thing I always tell people, where I get interest, there's 2 things. And my young farmer brother don't know, there's an axe in the body at NCB, right at Water Square. That seat there on the patio or the steps up there, that was called Parliament in Farmer. And there was most of these guys were elementary school folks. But when you sit down and hear these guys argue about politics, world affairs, you think you're talking to some scholars. And that was the reason why there's a lot of people who grew up through even Desmond Leakey, Patrick Harris, all the member of parliaments were part of that. And I said that just to say that my interest in civics for young Jamaica was precipitated by those guys talking about it. And I wanted to know what they're talking, and that piqued my interest. So I know that book left, right, and out. And when you're talking, one thing, Ratty, you didn't mention was that there are only 4 constitutional officers in the Jamaican Constitution. So even the other day when I saw the Speaker of the House shutting down the mic of a constitutional officer in the government, the leader of the opposition is listed, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance and Planning, or whatever they want to call it, and the Governor General. The Speaker is not a constitutional officer. And so a lot of people just look and say, she's a Speaker. She can be, removed and taken away because the Prime Minister might say, I don't want you. You understand? So, you know, maybe he can't do it in this case, but, you know, what I'm just saying is that, and that was taken out of the curriculum of the education system many years ago, and that is education malpractice. Because if the citizens don't know their rights, if the citizens don't know their rights, it can be trampled upon as it is being done. You know, so you know that's my little take on that. But everything, I'm just listening to it, and I'm like, well, you know, I can take in the different parts of the Civics for Young Jamaica that it show you these things. That
Just the phone said, boy, man, that hurt me. But listen, that's how school is, you know. That's how school is. That's how school is. You come around here, your head going to hurt you.
Yeah.
Because we seek to educate before we entertain.
Yeah.
So it's going to hurt you. But you're going to get some laughs along the way. Because you're going to hear some ridiculous things. And not from us, you know. But you're going to hear some things that will make you, yeah. And then when you have to go through think about it. I have to go through all of them things. And I sit down at night time, and it's like me not have nothing else to do. Right now, for the next thing, and we might not even get to it. The next thing with Minister Tufton and his friend, Mr. McDonough, I have 5 documents here. And by the way, the reason why we said that is because we have heard through the grapevine that PSOJ for years they've been courting Minister Tufton. He's the poster child for them. They want him to be the next prime minister for years, but he's been tripping over himself. Him just can't walk a straight line, you know. Even when they put guardrails, him still not trip over himself, but trip over the guardrails. Him can't help himself. Him just can't help himself, you know. Him cannot help himself, and so it is making it increasingly difficult for them to show the support and get rid of the prime minister. But here is the perfect case for them now to get rid of the prime minister. Perfect. I've heard through the grapevine that they're quietly supporting Paul Buchanan. And they're saying, because if Paul Buchanan wins, the PNP is not going to get a majority, they'll just get another seat. So instead of, what is it, 28 and 35, it will be 29 and 34. But they will get rid of the prime minister. They meaning his party, because they want to get rid of him. Because him is just like a lightning rod for all kinds of problems. People are saying salt because him salt up the country, him salt up the party. Look, all Miss Jamaica trip on all broke her hip, but you don't know what she broke. But
and the soccer team.
The soccer team lose, fire in Westmoreland, Melissa, all kinds of things that happen, right? So they want to get rid. They would like to get rid of the prime minister. And this way, you see, if it happens this way, it's like, for example, if they came out and said, boy, we don't think we have any confidence in you and you should go, it might cause a fight. But if the court says the election is null and void, then them say, what we are going to do? We can't have a country without a prime minister. So we have to pick somebody. So bye-bye. You know, good luck. You know, so that's it. So this is the thing about it, people, that we have Minister Tufton. He's coming up, and we're going to talk to Patrick now. Like I said, we might not get to Minister, but Mr. Tufton not going away, you know, because you can't run and you can't hide. Because the drill, we're not letting go of the drill. Why you know that? The security contract, where the 3.1 billion, where Marksman, Guardsman, and another company get for protect, Sarah, Southeast Hospital Authority, when them not have no equipment, nothing inside for them protect, right? But you give big contract for security. Well, not him, but contract was given for security. And then when them are secure, there's no equipment inside it to help the people them. We're not going to make that gone away. Just like how we're not going to make the $1 school bus. And when we say $1 school bus, may I refer to my bus, by the way. We're not going to make that go away. Because guess what happened, people? Minister Voss told us in no uncertain terms at a press conference that all of the buses, 110 of them, that the Jamaican government committed $1.4 billion to pay for, that they would all be in country by the end of July. Now we're hearing that it's only a fraction that's there. The full complement is not there. So the question now is, well, where is the money? Or better yet, where are the buses? Give with the money or give with the buses them. And we can't get no answer. Everybody know them are trying distracting and telling about Melissa. Of course, we should focus on Melissa, but we are Jamaicans, people. We're bright. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can deal with Melissa and hold him accountable at the same time. Say, warm to the drill. What? By the way, you know what is something will happen? Lambert Brown, Senator Lambert Brown, in the Senate, gave them a bunch of questions concerning the drill. Me with my little fast self now. Reach out to him this morning. Come on and find out what going on. So I said to him, sir, good morning. My name is Wilfred Rattigan. I'm just curious to find out whether or not you received answers to the questions you posed concerning the drill. Man wrote me back, one word, 2 letters, N-O. So I wrote him back. And I said to him, because are the people we are dealing with, you know. Are the people we are dealing with. I wrote him back and I said to him, hold on there. All right. I said to him, I said, did you receive responses to your requests concerning the drill? He responded, no. Me not stopping now. You remember writing? Me say, we need to pursue the matter. And write me back, true. Well, that not enough for me. True not enough for me. So me I go write him again and said, no, me want to know what you go do for pursue the matter. Not just tell me say, yeah, we need to pursue the matter. No. We know we need to pursue the matter, Senator Brown. So tell me now, where you go. If you want me to start draft up some things, then we have no compunction about doing that. I will gladly do that. But these are the things that we're trying to get our people to do. We're trying to get them to be critical thinkers. We're trying to get them to think and at the same time think and at the same time think, meaning that you can address more than one issue at a time. So them can't fool you. Them can't come with one issue and bog you down with the one issue, because when them come and bog you down, you say, but wait a minute, hold on. What to that thing? I understand what you say about this. Stick a pin. Warm to this one here, warm to that one here, and you hold them accountable. Hold them accountable. So, Minister Tufton, I know the long knives have come out and they're sharpening right now for the Prime Minister. And you need to do what you can do, but here's what we are going to do around here. We're going to do what we need to do as well. And we are going to show when we put up this document, 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 and when we put up this document, and then we'll put up some more where Kevin have over here, so on the thing. And we are going to show the Jamaican people that you, sir, are not worthy of occupying any seat, not in the seat where you have right now. We're going to show that. And you might vex with me. And me never that talk about lawsuit, because I waste your time if you try to do that, because then all the truth are gonna come out. Because one of the things where me would have tried to, one of the things, and I will say this and yield the floor to Patrick, one of the things that you're accused of, you and your friend are accused of conflict of interest, because they're saying that you had a relationship with this lady, and you know, relationship could be anything, business, professional, sensual, whatever, but they said you know this woman, and you acted to some degree on her behalf, and so she get 15 contracts, right? That's what they're saying. And it's amazing, people, and I will show you what the minister said about the relationship, because here's the thing. The law and the policy say that you cannot have a conflict of interest and not tell your superior. So Minister Tufton was supposed to go to the Prime Minister and tell him, say, watch out, why so and so and so and so and so and so, and tell him, and it's supposed to be documented. Or just take himself from the conversation, take himself and say, no, I'm not going to get involved with this. Make she go and do her thing, and if she get the contract, she get the contract. But here's what the Integrity Commission didn't do to prove that there was a relationship. They did not ask other people. Tell me, did you see anything going on between these two? They didn't do that. They did not say, let me grab their phones and look at text messages between them. We have no evidence of that in the report submitted to Parliament. They did not, and this is crucial, people, do the telephone analysis. Look where the phones them ping off. And if you see the two phones, her phone and Fim phone, in at the same location, 2 o'clock in the morning, every night, or 3 or 4 nights a week, then you know it's a Tom drunk, but Tom no fool. You know that.
Maybe they're having prayer meetings.
But they didn't do that. They didn't do that. At least there's no evidence that they did a telephone analysis in the report that they provided to Parliament. There's no evidence of that. They never talked to nobody. They never, you know what they didn't even do? They didn't even do record checks at the bank to say, okay, the money went from the ministry to Market Me. No, let's follow the money from Market Me to see where that money went, to see if the minister was involved with it, blah, 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 blah. Another thing they didn't do, the law says you can't get any gifts or this or that or that. They didn't ask her, did you give him any Christmas present, birthday present? Did you ever go on any vacation with him? Who paid for the vacation? And by the way, Minister, I'm not saying go on a vacation with her. I just say that they should have asked those questions. Because they didn't even look to see, here's another thing, they didn't even look to see. They came up with a story and said, this is how we met. He said, we met in a social setting. She said, we met in a professional setting. And I can show that in the document. Integrity Commission, you don't need to take off integrity off on the name. Just call on yourself commission. Because you don't know what you do. You really don't know what you do. First of all, you don't know if you write a report. When you read the report mumbo jumbo all over the place. You have to sit down with pen and paper and try to sketch it out and say, oh, what? Oh, and then some things were supposed to flow up on page 1, you find it at page 30. Some things are supposed to be on page 30, you find it at page 25. And you have to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So they didn't, and then she come and say, oh, okay, thank you very much, Mr. Stew. See them here, up. Wait. What the picture there, Kevin? What the other one? I thought somebody was in that picture. Behind.
Move it to the left.
Oh.
Move it to the left.
Uh-oh. Who's this? Who is this? Right?
Market me.
Who is this? So, and again, people, sometimes, like my mother used to say, you have to take serious things and make joke, right? But she said make joke, but it doesn't mean that the matter is a joke. It means you can laugh at certain things because otherwise you might want to cry, right? Because there are things. Here's one of the things she said. She gave a statement about the relationship. She said, I met him. She said, I was working in the party's office and I met him in a professional, she used that word many times, a professional setting. He said, I met her when we were at the running club, social setting, right? And they never dig a little bit deeper to find out what's the real story here between all these two men. Because remember now, what you're trying to prove is that there is a conflict of interest. That's what you're trying to prove. So you go all out for trying to prove it. I would. So they didn't even look at the bank account to see if money came back anywhere near to, and I'm not saying that money came to him. I'm saying these are things that they should have looked at and they didn't. It's not in the report that we saw. Not in the report. And I tell you how the Integrity Commission is supposed to take off integrity. They claim that a certain law that they wanted to use against him, they claim that that law was revoked in 2018. I looked, and I know they have a lot of lawyers over at Integrity Commission, but I will tell them this. I will issue a challenge. The little man from Waterhouse, when I'm supposed to reach nowhere in life, would give them a challenge. I am challenging them. I am willing to take on the entire Integrity Commission, every worker over there, to prove to me that that law expired in 2018, and I am going to prove to them that the law expired in 2019. No ifs, ands, or buts. Them wrong. We can show them that them wrong. And not only that, the Minister of Finance said them wrong. And them still maintain that it's 2018. And it makes a difference because what happened is that you have some amendments that probably wouldn't apply to the case. So it depends on if it's 2018 or 2019 for that 1 year period. And none of that happened, right? Then you have the minister saying, I did not influence any contract indirectly or indirectly. However, as a minister, when I speak, my staff will listen to me. And I have told my staff that they better treat this lady, they better listen to her and listen to the thing and all of that stuff. Plus, on a weekend, people, outside of the office setting, the minister go meet with them people them to talk about the contract we have got to this lady. It's not the report. It's in the report. There are so many things in the report. Here's another thing that most of you don't know. There is a quarterly database that every 3 months, contracts amounting to a certain amount, you must put them in this database. And here is where I'm not tell you why them to take with the integrity off of them name. Here is what Mr. Greg Christie, when he was a contractor general, here's what he said. He said, we have a zero tolerance. Whoever responsible, and it's the permanent secretary, whoever is responsible for entering this information in the database must. Here's what he said. The Office of the Contractor General's QCA zero tolerance policy dictates that a failure or refusal on the part of any public body to comply with the QCA requisition results in the automatic referral of the head of the delinquent public body to the Director of Public Prosecutions for criminal prosecution. No exception to this application of this policy has ever been allowed by me. If you don't put that contract in the database, you are referred for prosecution. This law, this thing will never end. And input the section too, under section 29B of the Contractor General Act. Now, section 29B of the Contractor General Act was in place when this young lady, the prime minister, the minister's friend, when she got her first contract was in January of 2017. This law was in place. So the question then is, well, all right, who gets referred then? The contract wasn't in the database. So who gets referred for prosecution? Who? At the time they had what's your name? Them at the time they had, not tell you who them did have there as they may have a lady, I'm gonna call out the name. They have a lady, all right. They have a lady, two lady I know who were there. First of all, there was a Kenneth Harvey, who was a permanent secretary from December 2014 to July 2016. Then there's a lady called Elaine Foster Allen. Then there's another lady called Sansia Bennett Templar in 2017. One of them two, they're supposed to go to prison. Then you have Dunstan Brian. I'm tempted to call him Dunspot, but and I won't. Dunstan Brian from November 2018 to August 2024. One of these two people, Elaine Foster Allen or Sansia Bennett, is supposed to be referred to the DPP for prosecution. And guess what, people? No prosecution. And you know where the commission say? Not the Integrity Commission, the commission. You know what them say? Them say because we couldn't find the requisition that the Contractor General issued. Man, oh man. People, remember when I'm telling you, it was Greg Christie who made this pronouncement to Parliament when he was the Contractor General. When this investigation was going on with Minister Tufton and his friend. Guess who was the executive director of the commission? None other than Greg Christie. Why them never ask Greg Christie? Said, Greg Christie, where the requisition there? And guess what happened, people? The requisition went to every government agency, ministry, and department. And you tell me, say, you can't find it? You can't find it? Commission can't find it. And the man who made the statement, and him lead the commission. And they never even got to him and say, hey, we can't find the requisition, but we have the statement saying where you say zero policy. So where is it? And worst case scenario, if you can't find it, something called best evidence rule. If you can't find it, what you do? You bring in the witness. If you can't find the paper, you bring in the witness and make him come in and testify. And guess what? See paper here, you know. See paper here. Oh, well on there. I shouldn't even do that. Well on there. Sorry. At the old days,
we do have the electronic copy.
Yes, sorry. How are there, Kevin? Talk to me quick now. Which one we say? Which one we say we have it again?
On the tough time.
On the tough time.
2025.
Oh, yeah, have it on the tough time?
Yes, sir.
Contractor General. Oh, is it this Contractor General annual report? CETA people. That's why I have to love Kevin enough people. Man, I'm not without him enough. Believe me, I am nothing without this man here. CETA. Well on there. CETA right there, so. CETA. CETA. Contractor General's introductory remarks. Office of the Contractor General Annual Report 2010. No, you're telling me, say, Mr. Greg Christie couldn't find this to give them. See, hold on, let me go down. Yeah. I'm showing it. All right. CETA. See the part I just read to you right there, so. CETA. See it right here. Let me put that green, Kevin's favorite color, and nice it up. Here it is, right here. It says a failure or refusal on the part of any public body, any means all. With see the word that I talk about, a requisition. And the requisition is just an order saying that you have to do it. That's all it is. It says it results in the automatic referral of the head of the delinquent public body to the DPP for what? Criminal prosecution under Section 29B. CETA. And it says no exception to the application of the policy has ever, see it right there, so, has ever been allowed by me in 4 years that it has been in force. So now, people tell me now, why is it that one of these two women, why them never refer them for prosecution? And that is one. And the second thing is, them claims that them couldn't find the requisition. The requisition is just a piece of paper saying that everybody must have to follow this. No, him come and say everybody's following it. Him say everybody's following it. And you're telling me say it to every agency, every public body, and nobody can find it. And then if nobody can find it, I could just say nobody can find it. You have your next best evidence right there. The man is in charge of the commission, and them don't ask him nothing. You know what them say? Oh, we can't prosecute nobody because we can't find the requisition. Nobody don't know what I'm to it and all of that stuff. You know what, people? Let me remove this. It's just a taste. Me are going to Minister Tufton, prepare yourself because we're not going anywhere. And you and your friend, we're going to do the thing the right way. We're not going to do it the way the Integrity Commission or the Commission did it. We're going to do it the right way. And we're going to show the people along the way. We're going to teach civics and we're going to teach basic investigative techniques. And we're going to teach interrogation and interview techniques. We're going to use your case, this case, as an object lesson for everybody. We're going to use it as a test case, and we're going to teach so many things from it. So you will hear your name mentioned. You're going to hear your name mentioned quite a few times on the program going forward, because we're not going to make it get to it, because it's 78 million Jamaican dollars went to market me for 15 contracts. We never start talking about direct contracting, emergency contracting. People, we don't have enough time, Kevin. Because we will talk about emergency contract, because guess what happened now, people? That is how them are going to thief some of the money now, you know. Emergency contract. And we are going to show you what are the requirements for an emergency contracts. We're going to show you the requirements for a direct contract. And then we're going to show you that the minister's friend should not have gotten, at the very least, the first contract. You know why? If you have two contractors providing the same service or able to provide the same service, you cannot give a direct contract. And we're going to show that there was another person providing essentially the same services as Market Me, and they were in line before Market Me. They had contracted with the government, and all of a sudden we know you're not more about them. And then think about last point before Patrick jump on. Last point. I think she said she met the minister it's here somewhere. Met him 2011 or something like that. 2011, and they started. And she started Market Me in 2013, something like that. 2013, who was in power? PNP was in power. If you have this and you claim it's so unique and it's a developmental tool, why didn't you give it to the PNP? Why didn't you go to the Minister of Health at that time and say, listen, I have a program here that's going to benefit all Jamaicans. Here it is. And why you never do it? Also, why is it under the direct contracting for the procurement purposes, you cannot submit a contract and have the ministry help you correct your mistakes, forget the contract. You can't do it. And guess what, panelists and listeners? That's exactly what happened in this case. That's exactly what happened. But you know what? Enough said. When I'm up enough time, so I'm getting as much as I can get. Tigo up in a mad with me. Because I know Tigo, I said, why you do the whole thing? I'm not saying to Tigo, no, we can't do the election for the Prime Minister. But I think you're going to finish with Mr. Tufton and his friend. Oh, one last thing. Please, hear me out. One last thing.
One other last thing.
No, Patrick, hear that one, Patrick. After Miss McDonough gave a written statement to the commission, she came back and tried clean it up because they were asking her if she had a relationship with him, and she said it's a professional, blah, blah, blah. Then she come back and said to add clarity, at no point when Market Me was involved with the ministry, 2016, 17, 18, 19, she said during that time, she said, I didn't have a private relationship with him. She said, during that time, I had a professional relationship with him. See, she got the other way, right? She don't come out and say, them ask her, you have a relationship with him? She said, during that time, I had a professional relationship. She come back and try clean it up, but she muddied the waters even more, because she said from the relevant period, 16, 17, 18, 19, I had a professional relationship with him. So then my question then to her, very obvious question. So did you start having a relationship, a sensual sexual relationship with him in 2020? Because guess what? Let me document that. Hold on there. You know, I'm not going to ask her the question there. Why shouldn't I mention 2020? Because in 2017, Market Me had received 3 contracts from the government. They had none in 2018. In 2019, they had 8 contracts. In 2020, remember, no, she said 2016 to 2019. 2020, Market Me had 2 contracts, one on June 27, 2020, and one on July 26, 2020. So my question then is, if you ended this professional relationship with him, or you added another dimension of a relationship with him in 2020, then at the time that you have your contract with him, ma'am, so you admit that you had some kind of relationship with him other than a professional relationship with him in 2020, because you stop at 2019. And remember, no, this is not something she just blurt out, this is something where she wrote down, so she had time to think about it. And this is the second statement. This is not the first statement. People, here what? I'm going to ease off. I'm going to say one more thing and we will continue.
I just want to ask a question, the follow-up question on that. Is the minister divorced?
To the best of my knowledge, the minister is not divorced.
Okay, I thought it was, because the question I would have asked, because from my memory of Jamaica, because divorce proceedings are public, the testimony are public. And so that's a question, you know, I was just asked if any person was named as the intervening party into the marriage. You know, that's the question, because I thought he was divorced.
No, guess what? This lady, his friend, she went into that. She spoke about that, saying that there was a social media campaign against them where it come out and said that blah, 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 blah. And that it's, and so she's trying to say it's not true. Whether it's true or not, it no matter to me. What, you know what matter to, if she's sleeping with him, it no matter to me. You know what matter to me? That she complies, that they comply with the rules. And the rules said that you cannot have this kind of influence when you start doing business with the government, with government contracts. You can't have it. And they said that if the moment you get to, if you have any doubt, they said you must report it.
Yeah.
And you know what the minister said? Him actually admit, without even knowing, say him admit that he had a duty to report. You know him say? Everybody knew about it, that we had you know, she and I were talking, we had a professional relationship. That's what him say. Everybody knew about it. That doesn't satisfy the requirement. It says you must come report it. Not what people think. Not what people think. And then guess what? The commission never even follow up on a statement and say, okay, so who didn't know about it? Who want to talk to them too? So who knew about it? Never follow up. Yeah, slipshod, slapdash. This is not worthy of even being called an investigation. It's not even worthy of being called a bad investigation. Don't put investigation upon this. Just say something. You know, them write up some things, and then them cut the man loose. Them go as far as to say him, and they believe that under using the ordinary man standard that he unduly influenced the contracts to this lady, and them never refer him for prosecution. But don't. Actually, we shouldn't say it like that because we're in a university. Ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case. So,
but
yeah.
let me get some of the information in that I think a lot of people are.
Go ahead, sir, please.
Okay, so for 3.5 hours this afternoon, myself and, according to Mr. Rattigan on a conference call, I got a new cousin. So, well, that's on the side.
It was no friend. It was
let me tell you what is happening is that Jamaica organization.
Put Patrick center stage now, please, so he can talk about the assistance. And
Yeah.
Jamaica, you might want to pay a close hearing to where Patrick has said.
Yeah, so what we have the Jamaica Organization of New Jersey. They have several chapters in different counties in New Jersey. And so Middlesex County, I don't live in Middlesex County. I live in Somerset County, which is border. I go to church in Middlesex County. And the mayor of Highland Park, which is she's a member of John Jay, and a church sister of mine. She was the matter who first introduced me to the church. So we form a coalition with my denomination, the local church in Highland Park, the denomination nationally, which is the Reformed Church of America, and several entities that are helping us out. But I talked to you about this one on the side, my interaction with the minister. But during COVID, an opportunity came up where I, was involved. I got involved with a company that manages over 100 nursing homes. So they're in the business of recruiting. So I introduced the idea of recruiting Jamaicans to them. And so they've jumped in to help. A lot of people around the Middlesex, Somerset County area of New Jersey to help us with the hurricane issue in Jamaica. The reading and getting reports, I just say this without, it's not politics, but a lot of us here are not comfortable as what we're seeing the operation of the Hurricane Melissa aftermath. For one, today, that's something jumped out at me. I received that this this disease that came from, when I looked up the origin of it, it says that it comes from animals, dogs, urine, and whatever that goes through the water. Even if a person walks through the water, even a person drinks the water, they are liable to become affected by this. And so a lot of reports I've been hearing from friends and family, like dead dogs, dead animals in the water and messing up. So there's a lot of bundling of the whole thing. I have my personal views as to what is happening, and it's not, I decided to write about it. But what we're doing, we're noticing that everybody is trying to do this and do that and send that. And the critical areas that we see that it is not being serviced, from Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, right around the curve to Hanover, Westmoreland, St. James, Trelawney, badly damaged. They got the brunt of it. And so what we're deciding to do is that we're deciding we're going to focus on an area. I swear. and tomorrow's sermon or whatever I'm going to do for my visits tomorrow, that this didn't come from, it was my suggestion, but they agreed that Trelawney would be an area that we could concentrate on in terms of what we're doing. We're slated to ship a 40-foot container on the 9th of December to arrive in Jamaica on the 25th. We are hoping that they open the Falmouth cruise pier to receive cargo ships. That's what we are hearing that's in the making. So I would feel good if Falmouth receives the first thing that comes from us here in New Jersey. So that's what we're doing. And aside from that, we got reports that D-Side, as a health clinic that serves a number of other districts around D-Side, is badly damaged. And I say this for anyone who hears that or interested. We have decided that we are going to redo that, re-equip that clinic, because healthcare is very important. So today, we have a skid that has already marked D-Side, and it's halfway up. We're looking at like face masks. We're looking at surgical gloves. We're looking at other things, first aid kits, and all other medical things. And we're going to try to get as much as we can to put it in that thing. So that clinic will, once that ship arrives, that skid would go to D-Side. That would be really the first thing that we're going to be concentrating. Make sure that that clinic is equipped and good and ready to go within a week or so with all the equipment that we can do, fit it up. Also, we're not accepting any, we told people we're not accepting any clothes at this time. And when we decide to accept, because this is not going to be a one-off container, not when this is over and we're going to accept clothing. We want new clothing. We, like somebody said to a visitor while we were working, came and curious to see. So the Jamaicans are like old broke, and we don't want no old broke. So if we're gonna give somebody something that you would want to give your child, your spouse, or your wear for your own self. So that is something that we're particularly looking at. The collection is going good, and what I'm going to be looking for, and I'm glad our brother from Falmouth is here, is that we're going to be looking for non-political people to help us. So if there's a good churchman in the community, that's the persons we are going to partner with to make sure everything that we're sending, we're working through them. We know there's, if somebody has a generator that they want to contribute, that is going to go to community use, not to no individual. So these are some of the things that we're doing. We have, like, I give you a perfect example. Sundays at my church, we usually have a cart after the collection, the offerings. We usually have a cart. The kids fight to drive it up a hand cart, drive it up the front aisle, and people will put in food products for the homeless, things that we do. So this past Sunday, the minister says, okay, those who want to contribute a little bit of funds for the Jamaica thing can put it inside there. And there was like about $800 was collected, and that went to the young people who went to Home Depot and bought a lot of stuff that they think that would be needed. So we're also collecting tools. Like I saw some rakes, and I saw like 10 shovels, screwdrivers, the thing that smooth the board, saws, all this stuff. Yeah, people, planes, electric and hand driven, drills, all these stuff that people are loading up in the warehouse that we have. By the way, the warehouse the warehouse in front of the church used to be a deli, a dry cleaning store, and all that stuff. The guy who owns it, it was closed for 3-4 years. We're trying to get it from the church to do it. But he went, when the mayor said, hey, we need a space. And the guy said, here's the key. You have that building as long as you want it to work with things. So that building is there. We have the building to storing stuff. That's where all our stuff are being stored today. So we were there for a few hours, 3.5 hours exactly, sorting out. We have like 8 pallets of paper products, hand towels, toilet paper, tissues, everything, 8 skids of it. Plus we have like a whole bunch, maybe 400 or 500. And a friend of mine sent me $100 and says, hey, do something. And so I went to Restaurant Depot, and we thought about it seriously. If you buy 1 pound bag of rice and 1 pound, it becomes more expensive. So like we went today and we had 300 pounds of rice, just easily. We could get it in a bulk rate. So we I went and I got 100 pounds, 50 pounds of flour and cornmeal and red peas, because we know as a Jamaican, I feed rice and peas every Sunday. So we got like 50 pounds of red peas to put on it. So our thing is try to get practical stuff. What we're going to do, the folks are going to be coming down to when the container arrives, we'd go to the areas based on what we're getting back, the feedback, where the most needed areas. We have also some tarps in it that we're trying to get to help. We're partnering with someone in China to get some good 20 by 20 tarps that we could distribute when we come. But that won't come on this first shipment because that's going to take a bit to come. So hopefully we're trying to see if we can raise enough money. So when it comes to my denomination, there's two critical parties because I don't believe in one-off thing. We are planning to, with the denomination, the Reformed Church in America, which I'm one of the national executive member. We are planning, we have what we call World Renew. It's our disaster preparedness group that goes from Africa and other places to a visit to Jamaica to look at what we could do for the short term. And we're going to try to focus that also on Trelawney. Because since we're deciding to do that, that Trelawney here from Falmouth right up to past Marthabury, go up to D-side and Bunkershill and Wakefield and all that stuff. So yes, you say a Falmouth will come from 23 Queen Street, check that out. And you guess you know some people there. So so we're looking at the short term and the long term. World Renew, they do an 8-year project. So we're looking at the 8-year project. And the thing about it, when I was a Diaspora leader, I met a Jamaican sister that she's a professor at Columbia University, a professor in architecture and design. And she just had a baby on Tuesday. And Monday night, because she did C-section, Monday night, she and I was talking before she went in, because she's so passionate about it, because they're looking at Jamaica. The university is also looking at Jamaica to help up with the reconstruction. And one of the things that she was mentioning, that they're looking at the roofing aspect of it, because they figure the roofing, too many roofs have blown off and everything. So looking at a way how to have the roof anti-hurricane proof in terms of that. So aside from the immediate needs, we're looking at long-term solution to the problem. And I just say this with all honesty and seriousness, is that I think what needed to be done, and I've made a suggestion, is that maybe those parishes and those should really get a team from within Jamaica and outside and within the diaspora of people who are passionate about the area, and just sit and just, how do we rebuild? Not worry about what you call smart city. You can have smart city when you have brought down city around. And we need to reconstruct. For example, one of the serious things Professor and myself were talking about many years ago was to rebuild the old police station, which is a historic building, and to rebuild it and to make it Jamaica Track and Field Museum and Hall of Fame. That project was documented, and for some reason politics got involved. That would have been done without a cost to the government of Jamaica. That was something was here. And we look at it, we look at the courthouse where the roof is gone and other historic buildings. When I hear the Prime Minister made a statement, I was blown away, because he was saying the only city in Jamaica that was ever planned was Spanish Town. And I said, man, what a dummy. From I was going to school, I was here. What is the best laid out town in Jamaica? Falmouth. It was the only city that was designed. If you look at Manhattan, you look at other cities in England, and there's one in Virginia, was designed similar to Falmouth. It's the only town that is gridded like Manhattan. When people get, and the big thing is that, I'm writing a book about that. But the big thing about that is that the place was so organized that it had running water. The first place that had running water through pipes in this side of the world was Falmouth. And we had running water in our homes before even Manhattan, New York City, as much as this. So a lot of Jamaicans are unaware of history.
Patrick.
Yeah.
Let me just stop you there and just interrupt you and just ask you a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
You've indicated that the relief, the aid, the assistance that you're providing to Jamaica will not go through the government. You've indicated that.
Yeah.
Can you tell me why?
Well, all of us look at social media, all of us, and we are in tune with Jamaica because of social media, because of the electronic and all the things that are available, cell phone and all that, so people talk. I give you a daring thing that I look. I read anything. I get inundated with a lot of stuff about farmers. First thing was, I looked at the Prime Minister visited the hospital. Falmouth is a major town. The councillor of the town was not present. One of the co-chairs for the rebuilding, Desmond Mackenzie, was there. The councillor was not present. I'm just talking about Falmouth. But then when you listen to other stories, I hear about Top Hill. I have a friend who's saying her sister lives in Top Hill, and nobody knows, if she's alive or whatever. They can't hear. No, I mean, the councillor or whatever is not being spoken to or said, hey, this is what is needed. So we hear about, and one of the things that bothers me, for me personally, I learned that every person, nobody has the brain and the power to be electrician, mason man, plumber, teacher, doctor, lawyer, finance, investor, or whatever. Something have to give. Jack of all trade. And when I look, you put penny, you put it under the office of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is running around everything. And they talk about smart city and all that stuff. That can't happen. Decentralize everything. It should be a hands on deck. All hands on deck situation, because it's not no camp dance, hurricane like Gilbert and all. I say I make sound wild Gilbert. Melissa, I mean, it's almost 200 miles an hour wind. And when I look at the pictures of the town of Falmouth and all the areas, Catherine and all the places have that disease now that's going around. So it's mismanaged. So how should we send something that people really trusted in us to give us? That some of them don't know Jamaica. They only know Jamaica because of the people like us who talk to them, they worship with. So they're doing on our say so. And then to hear that, okay, we gave something. So our people are coming down to meet the thing. Whatever the cost is, if they want to charge us, we'll pay it. And they know that I have a big mouth, and really
know. No, the thing, I ask you that question because lots of people, including our production team, rest well, that they've said that the government is not positioned, and maybe there's no intention to help. Whether it's deliberate or it's accidental or it's negligence, fact of the matter is that people are not getting the help that they should have received. By now, at least they should have. They're not getting it. So you have a lot of people doing a lot of things. Like, we're familiar with somebody who's invested a lot of time and money and effort. And I was told that the 10th city, one of the 10 cities that they said only 30 beds, the medical centers, only 30 beds. It's just not enough. Then I saw something where people are saying, what happened to all the aid coming in, like from Japan? There's no accountability for it. And the reason I wanted to segue to this thing, to this, and you mentioned about other people providing stuff. I'm going to play a little clip. I don't want you to get back on track, but I'm just going to play a little clip of this well-known entertainer. Here we go.
Of Jamaica. Just want to say thank you again for embracing me. And in closing, I will say this. I love you. I see you. My heart breaks for you. The deepest place in my heart. I love you. I see you. I appreciate you. And I am committed to doing whatever it takes to help. Along with Reach Out Worldwide, along with Mona Scott Young, along with all of the other resources that we're going to continue to work through and navigate through with the intentions of showing up to do the best that we can.
Folks, listen to this. Listen to this.
We're going to try our best to align ourselves with the right political figures who has the right heart and the best of intentions towards the people. There's a lot going on in Jamaica. We're going to align ourselves with the right political figures and the right people to make sure that all of our efforts actually reach the people. That's what's important.
my words exactly. You know, and we can't. I mean, when you look today, I could sit and just, you know, do what I do on a Friday, like if a someone run a boat with my friend and, you know, do all some stuff and everything. But this is more of a commitment to me, because when I see my town, when I see people in different areas of Jamaica that I know, that I'm aware of, not, I mean, somebody got my number from Westmoreland, called me. They called the church, and the church person says a Jamaican. So she said, you know, and this lady's telling me that she has a house. She's not, and it was destroyed in the area somewhere between Bethlehem or someplace or whatever, I forgot. And you know, and then she says, "Oh, Beckford is a common name in Westmoreland. Are you from Westmoreland?" I said, "No, I'm from Farmwood, but my father is from Westmoreland." You know, and then, you know, she said, "Oh yeah," and she started to talk about Bach. I said, "That's where my dad was buried." You know, and that is, all the graves are gone. So even though you might be from one area, you're being affected. And when we said we're concentrating on Trelawney, it doesn't mean we will neglect other areas. You know, but the main focus is to get that corridor right up from Falmouth all the way up to D-side, and concentrate and try to get those things. Because the mayor and I was talking today, and I said, you know, we're going to have to make D-side our long-term project, where we're going to make sure that every year we do something for that clinic and not just some one-off things. You understand? So that is basically what it is. Anybody want to send their money to go buy 100 pounds of rice, because a 40-foot container can't carry even 1,000, because we're getting Ziploc bags. We're getting Ziploc bags to put at least 2 pounds of rice in the Ziploc bag, you know, maybe a couple pounds of flour and peas and whatever. We're going to have lots of canned goods from tuna and all that stuff, you know, mackerel and everything, because like tomorrow, somebody who controls this at the church says we're getting a truckload of stuff that, you know, that's for you guys, that we're going to get it. So it's going to be good. You know, there might be stuff we hope that we can share with other people, you know. But as to the tarp, I got to tell you one thing. If anyone has any tarp in Jamaica, I need 16 tomorrow because there's a person in Falmouth that needs about 16 tarps to use on a facility because, you know, you would think that the government would secure that place and then they could use it as a shelter, just rent it as a shelter. It's an inn with like about 6, you know, the person to Ratty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, somebody in your profession that is done. Right.
Hold on. Somebody's asking, who's this man? Are they referring to, and somebody asked where's Patrick is from Falmouth. And if they're saying, who's this man? And then somebody asked him to play back that Tyrese thing. And I'm going to eat up just a little bit of Patrick time and play it again because people need to hear. Because here's the thing, what he said. Normally, when you come, you just give the government your stuff. You don't say, I'm going to align with the right political figures. What he's saying is that the government is not the right political, the government doesn't consist of right political figures. Because when you come in to give stuff, you just give it to the government and that's the end of it. And you take your pictures and you move on. All right, here it is. Who asked me to play it again? Normally I don't do this, but I was touched by it. I don't remember who. Anyway, here we go.
Of Jamaica. Just want to say thank you again for embracing me. And in closing, I will say this. I love you. I see you. My heart breaks for you. The deepest place in my heart. I love you. I see you. I appreciate you. And I am committed to doing whatever it takes to help. Along with Reach Out Worldwide, along with Mona Scott Young, along with all of the other resources that we're going to continue to work through and navigate through with the intentions of showing up to do the best that we can. We're going to try our best to align ourselves with the right political figures who has the right heart and the best of intentions towards the people. There's a lot going on in Jamaica, but we're going to align ourselves with the right political figures and the right people to make sure that all of our efforts actually reach the people.
When the man said there's a lot going on in Jamaica, him know. Get the word. Get the word.
Nothing
So,
is.
talking about how soon do you think the container will be ready? Because remember we were talking and we were talking about getting the container from you, and we thought that it was going to be half full. And then you informed us that no. Once that container gets here, we are going to completely fill up that whole container. So you don't come here and think you're going to pick up and then go somewhere else and pick up and add and whatever and multiply and try and get a full container. You are going to get a full container when you come to my place.
Right.
Talk to people about that so that they have some hope. And
so the container is going to be loaded up. That's right. Today, so for example, we had a skid right now of canned goods, a skid of different canned goods. One lady was setting them, like put all these different ones together, like the canned soup, the meats, the things together. We had a skid of that. So we by the way, the warehouse that we got, it has shelves on it. So when we come with stuff, we put it in shelves. People Amazon stuff to that address from outside. The state, you know, if they buy it from Amazon or Costco, they send it to the place. So once we get to try to put it on skids. So when the trailer comes, you know, we have the whole town and all the people that going to volunteer because these are experts. When South America had their thing, we were able to load up 6 containers to go to different places from Peru, Colombia, and all that stuff. This is what we do. Our church is what church supposed to be. And what happened, the youths of the church loaded 1 container in 45 minutes. and they're projecting that they're gonna beat that record with everything. But it's gonna be fun, you know. So as things come in there, but it's gonna leave on the 9th. They're gonna park it there the day before for the 9th, and it's gone.
Right.
So, you know, fully loaded and everything. My pastor is like, that's all he's worried about. He calls us early in the morning. How is everything going and everything? I have the nursing home conglomerate. All the nurses are collecting stuff, food stuff and everything, and whatever cash is used to purchase food. We don't have no use for the money and all that stuff in terms of anybody's gonna, you know, it's just going through 501c3 to John Jay and through the church, you know, which we're on the up and up and everything. So, you know, if there's more money, then it goes towards the next container, packing it up, and everything is being paid for by the church. You know, we have, you know, good relationship and good members who are worried about the lost, the least, and the injured. That's our main focus, and that will be relayed onto this. So, and I'm glad they said, okay, let's concentrate at Trelawney. But others that might, you know, need anything, and if it's there, it will be shared. But
let me just say, sorry to interrupt. Let me just quickly, we are wrap up now, so you have to just hit the high points now, and then we go, because Kevin have to leave at 8, and we have to go jump over the people, and you have to support what is it, the stew pot. I don't know when we're cooking at the stew pot tonight, but whatever is cooking is going to be good.
Music.
What we want, yeah. What we want to do is I said JAMAICA. Yeah, JAMAICA is here. I just want to answer this one question. So it's an interesting question. Somebody said, can any of the sitting MPs give his or her seat? Henry hit him up. Yeah. Can any of the sitting MPs give his or her seat to the Prime Minister when he's no longer the Prime Minister? For example, Olivia Babs-Grange. Yeah, they can. But here's the thing. They're going to have a by-election, and that's going to take time, and that's even more time. And so that you and Jamaica can't function without a Prime Minister. They have to have a Prime Minister. So the Governor General is going to force it, or the people in Parliament on the winning team, the JLP, they're going to submit a name and said, we have confidence that this person can lead us. And then the Governor General would say, fine, and anoint the person. But they're not going to, I don't think they're going to wait for him, because right now, from what I'm being told, they want to get rid of him. So again, Minister Tufton, go and sharpen up the knife, you and the rest of the people, because on the time I come, one can just do no need for the don't have to accept any blame. One can say, hey, it's the court did it. The court said it's null and void, and the country cannot run without a prime minister. And Minister Chang, who's the deputy prime minister, he has no relevance as far as the constitution is concerned, because he can only be the deputy prime minister if there is a prime minister. If there's no prime minister, there can be no deputy. So I hope that answers your question. We have 6 minutes left. So Patrick, you want to make some final comments, and we have JAMAICA.
My final comment is that those who are in the New Jersey, or those who have the means to send, we have the poster up all over. You can look at my page, you'll see it, and you can use a QR code, and you know, it tells you everything what is needed, because we're running with the list that we got from Food for the Poor, and that came from the ministry and the government of Jamaica. So we're working on that, and that's what we're working on. But the main part of it, it's not going to be going to the government of Jamaica. They will not have, they can look in it and everything as much as they want. But if somebody thief one pin, I go call name, because the head of it, I go call. So I'm have to find out. So, you know, but that's what we do. You know, like I said, we'd like, you know, the provisions that, you know, easy food, rice, flour, cornmeal and everything. Anybody know of anything? It's easy. We just put them in a truck and go to restaurant depot and some pick it up and carry it over there. We have a skid, you know, and it can work. So, you know, you know, whatever left over, we is go to the next container.
At the rate that things are going, we might end up having 2 containers then.
Well, the intention is that this is the first container. The next container we're going to be looking at when we're looking at the building phase and the reconstruction phase, you know, what we're going to do. And when we're able to get a deal going with China to get the tarps and other solid things that we can use. So that is going. And then the rebuilding part, that will come as soon as my professor is, you know, and up and ready to go, because she's Jamaican too.
You know the professor, yeah. Me know you talk.
Yeah.
Me know you talk. All right, listen, let me stop it right there because we only have 4 minutes. I'm on JAMAICA. Come on and say a piece. And here's the thing that you asked us to put up, JAMAICA. Go ahead.
Thank you ever so much. And thank you, Mr. Beckford. I hear the information that you have and very, very good. And I'm happy that you are able to consider and focus on an area. And I think that you get more things done that way. Also, I want to echo the sentiments that we don't trust the government, and we're just going to make it clear as possible. As Mr. Mashayeli said earlier, let us say it as it is. And I also love the fact that you speak about long-term, and I would love to have conversation with you about long-term as well. And love to hear more from you. That little piece that you said about the civics, love it. And I hope a lot of people learn from it as well as I did. On screen right now, we are saying Jamaica, what really are going, right? And when you look at billions of dollars collected, and you see no action after 3 weeks from the Prime Minister and the government, it is atrocious. When you look at hotels are empty and you see kids are sleeping on the street, why should it continue? Politicians laughing and the people thirsty. Politicians having big pay and the people are hungry. And the people are getting sicker by the day. And it is spreading all over Jamaica. We're asking the Jamaican people, are you concerned? Are you concerned for your own safety, your loved ones, your friends, and your family? Are you concerned? And if you're concerned, you must raise your voice. The Constitution gives you power. The Charter of Rights, Section 13, subsection 3, gives you the right for peaceful assembly. Please, I'm asking the Jamaican people. We're not asking people to destroy anything, because we don't want to have more things to rebuild. We want us to think collectively, critically, and use different ways of protesting, showing the world that the Jamaican government is incompetent. I see Tyrese has done it through a video. You can do just the same. Reach out to NHW and you will find out more information about tactics as how we go about this. This fight that we are fighting is a local fight, meaning locally we are affected, and also internationally we are affected, because the Jamaican people has been neglected by the government and is being disrespected, and we're dying as we speak.
You can get in touch with me, get my information, and you know my nephew.
I'll pass it. Yeah, I'll pass it.
My nephew. You know who's my nephew? Talk to Mr. Wilkinson. Tell him uncle say, you know, he must deal with him, right? So okay.
No, I know.
You're right. So link me and let's talk. You know, where we can you know, get my information from.
I'll forward it to him.
Yeah.
Folks, listen, we have a cut now. So Kevin is out. Kevin starts right now. Go over there and support Kevin, Reggae Global Radio, and then I will rejoin the programming at 10 o'clock, and then I go from 10 to midnight. Patrick,
right. Yes.
JAMAICA, Andy Mashtail, all of the listeners, all of the subscribers, all of the well-wishers, blessings. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Take care.
Right.
Love and respect.
Yeah, man.
All right.